Before Plymouth Rock and the arrival of the Pilgrim settlers in 1620, the land now known as the United States, especially New England, was home to vibrant and diverse Native American societies with rich histories spanning thousands of years, the Wampanoag. The southeastern area of present-day Massachusetts was inhabited for over 12,000 years by the Wampanoag and their ancestors. They lived in dozens of villages, including Patuxet, the site where Plymouth was later established. The Wampanoag relied on hunting, fishing, and agriculture, most notably the Three Sisters, corn, beans, and squash. Other tribes of the region, neighboring and related eastern woodlands peoples included the Nauset, Narragansett, Pequot, Mohegan, Nipmuc, and Massachusetts tribes. All had their own leaders, territories, and customs, and engaged in alliances, trade, and sometimes conflict. Social structure and diplomacy. Tribal societies were governed by sachems, chiefs, and councils, and family ties and matrilineal lines were especially important. Women often held significant authority in land and social matters. Complex spiritual beliefs, seasonal festivals, and a deep connection to the land defined daily life. Early European contact, first encounters. Prior to the Pilgrims, European fishermen, explorers, and traders had visited and sometimes kidnapped native people. These visits brought new goods, but also diseases, drastically reducing native populations before Plymouth was founded. Knowledge exchange. Some native leaders had traveled to Europe. Squanto, a Patuxet Wampanoag, learned English through years in London and became a key translator and advisor for the Pilgrims. Patuxet's fate. The Patuxet village was abandoned before the Pilgrims arrived, ravaged by disease brought by earlier European contact, leaving the land open for settlement and fueling the myth of unused wilderness. Social organization and land use. Native societies in New England created sophisticated tools, built homes called wetu or wigwams, and practiced controlled burning to manage forests and improve hunting. Seasonal migration was common, with coastal villages utilized in summer and inland spots in winter. Trade networks extended across the continent. The land before Plymouth. In summary, before Plymouth Rock, the area was home to indigenous peoples with established societies, rich cultural traditions, and extensive knowledge of their environment. Their resilience and adaptations shaped early colonial success, though subsequent expansion, disease, and conflict would upend these ancient ways. Before European contact, the indigenous peoples of present-day New England, including the Wampanoag, Nauset, Massachusetts, Narragansett, Pequot, Nipmuc, Mohegan, and many others, established thriving societies with sophisticated systems of habitation, governance, and social organization. Indigenous communities lived in villages typically situated near rivers, coasts, or fertile land. Homes were built of local materials. In southern New England, these included wetu in Wampanoag lands, or wigwams made from bent saplings and bark, or reed mats. Larger groups sometimes lived in longhouses. Many societies practiced seasonal migration. They would spend summers in larger, semi-permanent villages near rivers or oceans to fish, farm, and trade, then move inland during winter for hunting and shelter. People managed their environment through controlled burns, selective harvesting, and crop rotation. Land was used communally, and resources were allocated by consensus and custom, not by private ownership in the European sense. Tribal nations were typically governed by sachems, chiefs, who were chosen for their wisdom, diplomatic skill, and service, rather than hereditary rule alone. Many groups had councils of elders or clan leaders who advised the sachem and made collective decisions. Some tribes, such as the Wampanoag, organized themselves into matrilineal clans, where inheritance and social status passed through the mother's line, and women played significant roles in land decisions and governance. Intertribal diplomacy involved alliances, trade, and sometimes war. Complex systems of kinship, mutual obligation, and wampum, shall bead, exchanges, structured treaties, marriages, and economic relations. Rules and norms were maintained orally, enforced through community consensus and public discussion. Punishments were often restorative, seeking to repair harm rather than inflict retribution. Elders were highly respected as sources of law, lore, and guidance. Spiritual beliefs centered on harmony with nature and acknowledging the interconnectedness of all living things. Far from being a wilderness, pre-contact New England was a landscape of well-tended villages, extensive trade networks, and effective governance grounded in communal responsibility and adaptability. Indigenous societies thrived through flexible political structures, stewardship of resources, and a balance between independence and alliance that persisted for thousands of years before European arrival. The impact of European settlement on indigenous communities in New England was profound and devastating, touching every aspect of native life: population, culture, land, politics, and the environment. Disease and demographic collapse. Upon contact, indigenous peoples faced deadly epidemics, especially smallpox, influenza, measles, and plague that swept through communities with little resistance due to lack of prior exposure. Between 1616 and 1619, an outbreak reduced the population of some tribes by up to 90%, leaving villages depopulated and disrupting social structure and cultural transmission. Survivors struggled with malnutrition, loss of elders, and breakdowns of kinship and traditional knowledge. Land, dispossession, and demographic displacement. European colonists brought new concepts of private land ownership, fencing, and permanent settlements, in stark contrast to native communal land use and seasonal migration. As European populations grew rapidly, demand for land forced tribes into smaller territories or complete displacement. English colonists viewed native-controlled land as unused and justified taking it for expansion, often through unfair deals, legal manipulation, or outright force. Environmental changes followed. European agriculture, livestock, and large-scale deforestation altered ecosystems and undercut native hunting, farming, and gathering. Cultural and spiritual disruption. Missionary efforts, laws, and social pressures aimed to convert indigenous peoples to Christianity and force them to adopt English customs, language, and dress. As population declined and tribes merged, cultural practices and spiritual traditions were lost, altered, or hidden to survive. Political effects and resistance. Traditional tribal governance was undermined as English legal and political systems took hold. Tribes were often forced to comply with foreign laws to remain in or near their ancestral homelands. Loss of land and resources created new conflicts between indigenous groups, with colonists, and within communities, sometimes leading to wars such as the Pequot War and King Philip's War. In response to pressure and violence, some native groups allied with European powers, while others resisted or relocated. Environmental consequences. Introduction of new plants, animals, and invasive species disrupted the balance of ecosystems integral to native life. Overhunting, deforestation, draining of wetlands, and resource extraction radically changed landscapes and diminished food sources. Summary table: impact of European settlement on indigenous communities, impact area details, disease and population loss. Up to 90% decline due to introduced diseases, loss of elders, knowledge, and social order. Land dispossession colonists claimed, fenced, and farmed land. pushing tribes into smaller territories. Environmental change, new species, livestock, and crops disrupted local ecosystems. Cultural disruption, forced conversion, loss, adaptation of traditions, breakdown of kinship systems. Political effects. English law replaced tribal governance, forced compliance to remain in the region. Displacement and resistance. Tribes merged, disappeared, or allied, resisted against colonial expansion. The long-term effects are still felt today, seen in ongoing struggles for land rights, cultural preservation, and self-determination among Native communities in New England and across the United States. The descendants of indigenous peoples in New England and the broader United States continue to experience profound and lasting cultural impacts from colonization and settlement, yet also maintain rich traditions and actively pursue cultural renewal. Efforts are ongoing to revive and maintain native languages. Tribes such as the Wampanoag have launched language reclamation projects using historical texts and oral tradition to teach younger generations. Traditional crafts, music, dances, and stories are passed down and celebrated through powwows, cultural centers, and heritage festivals. These practices not only affirm identity, but serve as education for both Native communities and the wider public. Heritage, disruption, ephemeral rights to land, forced assimilation, e.g., through Indian boarding schools or foster care, and religious conversion policies deeply disrupted knowledge transmission and kinship ties, resulting in the loss or transformation of some traditions. Discrimination and stereotyping. Centuries of colonial narratives, legal exclusion, and stereotypes have led to erasure or marginalization, sometimes perpetuating misunderstandings or denying tribal presence and identity in New England today. Land rights and environmental stewardship, ongoing struggles for land recognition, water rights, and resource management keep alive ancient relationships to ancestral homelands and reinforce traditional ecological knowledge. Civic and social recognition. Tribes strive for federal and state recognition, vital for sovereignty, access to education, and health resources, key to future cultural vitality.
Recent decades have seen a renewed push for Native heritage trails, museum exhibits, and public memorials, helping challenge colonial narratives. Advocacy for more accurate teaching of Indigenous history counters myths of disappearance and deepens public understanding.
Indigenous descendants in New England face enduring effects of historical trauma and land loss, but communities are rebuilding, reviving language, and advocating for recognition, ensuring culture endures and adapts.
Indigenous healing practices are actively used and adapted in contemporary communities. Sweat lodges, smudging, and seasonal ceremonies promote cleansing, connection to ancestors, and renewal of tribal identity.
Healing also involves storytelling, drumming, chanting, and music, which foster resilience, community cohesion, and cultural education.
We gather willow bark and wild ginger to make teas and salves that heal. Many Native communities retain plant knowledge: willow bark for pain relief, wild ginger for fever.
At our clinic, we offer traditional herbal options alongside prescribed medications, respecting patient preferences and cultural practices.
Elders guide ceremonies and teach protocols so healing is understood as community-wide, restoring cultural continuity and resilience.
We're teaching language and healing practices through workshops and demonstrations to pass traditions to younger generations.
We combine ceremonies, story circles, and community supports with clinical care to address trauma and strengthen families.
Our center creates a culturally safe space where people can access traditional healing alongside mainstream health services.
Today, Indigenous healing practices, ceremony, plant medicine, storytelling, and community support remain vibrant and continue to enhance well-being. The Pilgrims arrive in the United States. Freedom, survival, and the shaping of a nation. Introduction. The arrival of the Pilgrims in North America is a moment imprinted on the American cultural memory, frequently recounted in history books, classrooms, and national myth-making. Their journey aboard the Mayflower in 1620, their effort to build a society rooted in religious freedom and self-governance, and their extraordinary struggle to survive in an unfamiliar world are each fundamental chapters in the broader story of colonization and cultural encounter. Yet, the true nature of the Pilgrim experience, its hardships, its reliance on indigenous aid, and its lasting impact, offers far more nuance than is captured by legends of Plymouth Rock and the First Thanksgiving. The Pilgrims, a group of English Protestant separatists, emerged in a period of profound religious conflict. Amid England's tumultuous break with the Catholic Church in the 16th century, many dissenters broke away from the established Church of England, seeking ways to practice their faith freely. Facing growing persecution, a small congregation from Scrooby, Nottinghamshire, journeyed first to Leiden in the Netherlands, where religious toleration prevailed but cultural and economic uncertainties loomed. After roughly a decade, concerns over assimilation and a desire to preserve English identity motivated these separatists, known as the Saints, and their associates, the Strangers, to secure a charter for settlement in the New World. Their goal was to create a community where principles of faith, communal responsibility, and self-determination could flourish beyond the reach of English monarchs and state churches. The joint stock funding arrangement they brokered with English investors added complexity, compelling the Pilgrims to promise commercial development alongside spiritual ideals. In September 1620, a diverse company of 102 passengers, including families with children, hired men, indentured servants, and a small crew, set sail from Plymouth, England, aboard the merchant ship Mayflower. The intended destination was in the Virginia colony, near the mouth of the Hudson River, but the voyage itself was beset by difficulties. Storms battered the ship, causing structural damage. Living conditions were cramped, with passengers confined to the 'tween decks for more than 2 months. Food supplies dwindled, and illness spread among the travelers. Despite adversity, they maintained a shared spiritual focus, holding daily prayers and reinforcing their reliance on divine providence. By November, the Mayflower approached Cape Cod Bay, blown off course by weather and navigational challenges. After much debate, leaders decided to anchor on the coast of present-day Massachusetts, where they would confront new hardships, but also opportunities unknown. Arriving outside the boundaries of their intended patent, some passengers agitated for independence from group obligations. To prevent dissent and ensure basic order, leading men drafted and signed the Mayflower Compact on November 11, 1620. This social contract, 1 page and 199 words long, pledged the signers to form a civil body politic committed to the general good. The compact provided a framework for majority rule and collective decision-making, inspired by both biblical ideals and pragmatic necessity. It became the first written agreement for self-government in America, influencing later colonial charters and, eventually, models for national governance. Would you like to continue to the next section? If so, the essay will proceed with the arrival at Plymouth, interactions with the environment and Native Americans, and the Pilgrims' experience through their first winter. In December 1620, the Pilgrims finally disembarked on the rocky shores of what would become Plymouth. The area was bleak and cold, covered with scrub pines and boulders, a stark contrast to the English countryside they had left behind. The land had once been home to the Patuxet Wampanoag village, which had been decimated by an epidemic a few years prior. The Pilgrims were left with the ruins and empty fields, both an opportunity and a daunting challenge. They built a fort and planted crops in the cold soil as they prepared for the long winter, wholly unprepared for what awaited them. The winter of 1620-1621 was brutal. Malnutrition, scurvy, and exposure claimed nearly half the colony's population. The loss of so many, including entire families, tested their faith and resolve. Yet the survivors worked together, sharing resources and labor, in a desperate attempt to build a lasting settlement. The bonds formed through mutual struggle would come to define the colony's character and cultural identity. The Pilgrims' survival was tightly bound to their interactions with Native Americans. The Wampanoag tribe, led by Chief Massasoit, extended cautious hospitality. This included key assistance from Squanto to Squantum, a Patuxet man who had learned English during his captivity in Europe. Squanto taught the Pilgrims vital skills such as planting corn, using fish for fertilizer, fishing methods, and navigating the environment. The relationship was complex, marked by moments of cooperation, but tinged with mistrust as both sides navigated unfamiliar diplomatic and cultural terrain. The Pilgrims and Wampanoag would formalize a peace treaty promising mutual protection and peaceful coexistence, a rare instance of cross-cultural alliance amid an era of expanding conquest and conflict. In the autumn of 1621, the Pilgrims and Wampanoag reportedly shared a 3-day feast celebrating a successful harvest. This event has been enshrined as the First Thanksgiving, a symbol of cooperation, gratitude, and cultural fusion. Yet, it is important to remember that the story has been romanticized, and the broader context includes ongoing tension, eventual colonial expansion, and indigenous displacement. Over the following decades, Plymouth Colony grew, though it remained smaller and less economically robust than neighboring colonies. The Pilgrims' vision of religious freedom and self-governance left an indelible mark on American political thought. However, as more settlers arrived, land pressures escalated, indigenous peoples resisted through warfare and negotiation, culminating in conflicts such as King Philip's War, 1675-1678, which devastated native communities, but also solidified colonial dominance. The Pilgrim's voyage and settlement revealed the enduring human themes of aspiration, endurance, and adaptation against daunting odds. Their story intertwines with that of the native peoples who shaped their survival and destiny. While the narrative of Plymouth often emphasizes pioneering, freedom, and faith, a fuller understanding acknowledges the complexities of colonization, its cooperation, conflict, loss, and legacy that would shape a nation still coming to terms with its origins. The French and Indian War, prelude to a global conflict. The French and Indian War, fought from 1754 to 1763, marked one of the most significant turning points in early modern history. Known globally as the 7 Years' War, it involved nearly every major European power and transformed colonial empires across the world. In North America, the conflict centered on control of territory, trade, and influence between Britain and France, each supported by various indigenous nations. Far from being an isolated regional dispute, it was part of a global reshuffling of power that ultimately set the stage for both the American Revolution and the modern international order. The origins of the French and Indian War were rooted in imperial rivalries and territorial competition. Following the Age of Exploration, both France and Britain had established vast colonial holdings in the Americas. France controlled Canada and the Mississippi River Valley, while Britain's colonies lined the Atlantic seaboard. Between these spheres of influence lay the Ohio River Valley, fertile, strategically positioned, and deeply contested. Throughout the early 18th century, British colonial expansion pressed westward beyond the Appalachian Mountains. The French, alarmed by this encroachment, began constructing a series of fortifications stretching from Lake Erie to the Ohio River, effectively linking Canada with Louisiana. British settlers, traders, and investors considered this maneuver a direct threat to their ambitions. At the same time, indigenous nations who had long inhabited the region found themselves caught between two colonial forces vying for dominance over their lands. Economic interests intensified the conflict. The lucrative fur trade depended on alliances with indigenous peoples, access to hunting grounds, and control of waterways. British traders from Pennsylvania and Virginia began challenging French traders in these markets, sparking diplomatic and military incidents that would culminate in war. By 1754, the fragile peace that had characterized earlier decades collapsed entirely. The first major clash occurred in 1754 when a young officer named George Washington led a force of Virginia militia into the Ohio Valley to confront the French. After a brief skirmish at Jumonville Glen resulted in the death of a French officer, the French retaliated by attacking Washington's hastily built Fort Necessity, forcing his surrender. Though minor by military standards, the incident triggered a diplomatic crisis between France and Britain. In 1755, British authorities dispatched Major General Edward Braddock to expel the French from the Ohio region. His campaign ended in catastrophe near Fort Duquesne, where a combined force of French soldiers and indigenous allies ambushed and decimated his army. Braddock was mortally wounded, and his defeat demonstrated that European-style tactics were poorly suited for North American terrain and warfare involving guerrilla strategies. The same year, the British launched other offensives against French positions in North America, including attempts to capture Fort Niagara and Fort Crown Point, but with little success. The French, under leaders such as Louis-Joseph de Montcalm and Pierre de Rigaud de Vaudreuil, effectively leveraged their alliances with indigenous nations, maintaining flexible, mobile forces that could strike quickly and retreat into wilderness areas. While the fighting in North America began as a regional colonial war, events soon escalated into a global conflict. By 1756, Britain and France officially declared war, and fighting spread to Europe, the Caribbean, West Africa, and India. The 7 Years' War thus became the first truly global war in history. In Europe, the conflict pitted Britain and Prussia against France, Austria, Russia, and Spain. The European theater consumed immense resources and shaped the war's global outcome. Britain relied heavily on its Royal Navy to blockade French ports, disrupt trade, and support overseas operations. France, though militarily formidable, faced financial and logistical difficulties maintaining its far-flung empire. In India, the war played out between the commercial empires of the British East India Company and the French Compagnie des Indes, whose rivalries mirrored those of their parent nations. Clashes in Bengal and southern India would eventually secure British dominance over the subcontinent, laying the foundation for the British Raj. By 1757, the tide of war began to turn decisively in favor of Britain, largely due to the strategic vision of William Pitt the Elder, who became Secretary of State. Pitt believed that victory in North America was the key to global supremacy. He increased military spending, appointed capable commanders, and relied heavily on the Royal Navy to isolate French colonies and cut off their supplies. British forces seized Louisbourg on Cape Breton Island in 1758, opening the gateway to the St. Lawrence River. Meanwhile, General Geoffrey Amherst captured Fort Ticonderoga and Crown Point, and a force under General James Wolfe advanced on Quebec. On September 13, 1759, Wolfe's army scaled the cliffs of the Plains of Abraham and defeated Montcalm's forces outside Quebec City. Both commanders were killed, but the victory effectively sealed the fate of New France. In 1760, the British completed their conquest by capturing Montreal. French power in North America was broken, though indigenous nations continued to resist British incursions long after the formal end of fighting. With the surrender of French forces in Canada, the North American theater of the war came to a close. The involvement of indigenous nations was central to the French and Indian War. Neither European power could have waged war effectively without indigenous alliances. Many indigenous groups, including the Huron, Abenaki, Ottawa, and Algonquin, sided with the French, partly due to long-standing trade relations and France's comparatively limited settler presence. The British, however, drew support from the Iroquois Confederacy, especially the Mohawk. To indigenous nations, the war represented not an abstract imperial rivalry, but a struggle to preserve autonomy, territory, and access to trade networks. They maneuvered diplomatically, often shifting alliances to avoid total dependence on one power. Despite this, the eventual British victory drastically altered the balance of power in North America. With France eliminated as a colonial power, indigenous peoples lost a crucial counterweight to British expansion. The result was increasing encroachment on their lands and the erosion of their sovereignty. Following the war, this discontent erupted in Pontiac's Rebellion, 1763-1766, a widespread indigenous uprising against British forts and settlements. Though the rebellion was ultimately suppressed, it underscored the instability of Britain's new empire and the grievances that would shape their future conflicts. The war formally ended with the Treaty of Paris, signed on February 10, 1763. Under its terms, France ceded almost all its North American possessions. Britain gained Canada and all French territories east of the Mississippi River, including the valuable sugar islands of Grenada and Tobago in the Caribbean. Spain, which had entered the war on France's side, ceded Florida to Britain but received Louisiana in compensation. The treaty dramatically reshaped the geopolitical map. Britain emerged as the world's dominant colonial and naval power, while France's empire was reduced to a few Caribbean islands and small holdings in India. For the British, the victory brought immense territorial gains, but also staggering debts, prompting a series of new taxes and imperial policies designed to recoup costs, policies that would soon ignite colonial resistance in America. While the British public celebrated their newfound global supremacy, the reality of administering such a vast and varied empire posed significant challenges. The cost of the war had nearly doubled Britain's national debt, forcing Parliament to seek revenue from the colonies through measures such as the Sugar Act, 1764, and the Stamp Act, 1765. These policies, rooted in London's belief that colonists should help pay for their own defense, instead spurred outrage across the 13 colonies. In addition to financial strain, Britain faced the challenge of governing its new territories. The Royal Proclamation of 1763, issued by King George III, sought to stabilize relations with indigenous nations by prohibiting colonial settlement west of the Appalachian Mountains. However, this decree infuriated settlers eager to claim the rich lands of the Ohio Valley. Many saw it as a betrayal of the sacrifices they had made during the war. Moreover, The war had subtly altered perceptions of identity and authority. Colonial Americans, who had fought alongside British regulars, began to view themselves as capable of self-defense and less dependent on imperial control. At the same time, friction between British officers and colonial militias during the war had exposed deep cultural and political divides. The seeds of American independence were thus sown in the aftermath of Britain's greatest imperial triumph. Globally, the 7 Years' War shifted the balance of power in profound ways. In Europe, the conflict confirmed Britain's naval dominance and Prussia's military prowess under Frederick the Great. France's loss of its North American and Indian possessions led to internal reforms and financial pressures that would eventually contribute to the French Revolution 3 decades later. Spain, though compensated with Louisiana, suffered humiliation and recognized the decline of its maritime strength. In Asia, the war consolidated British influence in India following the Battle of Plassey, 1757, and the Treaty of Paris. The British East India Company's dominance over Bengal marked the beginning of 2 centuries of British rule in the subcontinent. The global reach of Britain's power after 1763 laid the foundations for what would later become the British Empire's Pax Britannica. The French and Indian War also had lasting cultural and intellectual repercussions. In Europe, it stimulated debates about empire, governance, and economics. The writings of Enlightenment thinkers such as Voltaire and Adam Smith reflected growing skepticism toward mercantilism and colonial exploitation. In Britain, the expense and administration of new colonies prompted early discussions about imperial reform and representation. In North America, the war reshaped relations among colonists, indigenous peoples, and enslaved Africans. The movement of troops and populations during the conflict accelerated interactions between disparate communities, spreading ideas as well as diseases. Missionary work, frontier trade, and military service brought greater cultural blending, but also deepened racial hierarchies and displacement. For indigenous nations, the war marked both a moment of agency and a tragedy of betrayal. Their alliances and military skills had determined the course of many battles, yet they found themselves marginalized in the post-war world. The British government's inconsistent diplomacy and military reprisals reinforced patterns of mistrust that would persist for generations. Historians have long debated the significance of the French and Indian War. Traditional British narratives celebrated it as a triumph of liberty and civilization over absolutism and Catholic autocracy. French historians, conversely, viewed it as a story of decline caused by administrative inefficiency and strategic overreach. Modern scholarship offers a more nuanced perspective, emphasizing the complexity of indigenous participation, the role of economic imperatives, and the global interconnectedness of the conflict. For the American colonies, the war stands as both an end and a beginning, the end of French imperial competition in North America and the beginning of a new political consciousness among colonists. Many future revolutionary leaders, George Washington, Thomas Gage, and others, cut their teeth during this war, learning lessons in leadership, logistics, and imperial politics. The French and Indian War is also seen as a precursor to modern total war, integrating theaters across continents and involving the collective resources of empires. Its legacy extends beyond military history into themes of nation building, cultural exchange, and the negotiation of identity in a global context. The French and Indian War and the wider 7 Years' War transformed the 18th century world in ways few contemporaries could have foreseen. What began as a skirmish in the forests of the Ohio Valley escalated into a global struggle that redrew the map of empire and altered the destiny of nations. For Britain, it was a victory that brought dominion, but also discord, a triumph that sowed the seeds of rebellion in its most valuable colonies. For France, it marked the decline of overseas ambitions and set in motion a period of national introspection. For indigenous peoples, it ushered in a new and often devastating chapter of displacement and resistance by reshaping power across continents and revealing the economic and political tensions of imperial rule. The war set the stage for the revolutionary changes that would define the late 18th century. In this sense, the French and Indian War was not merely a prelude to the American Revolution, it was the hinge on which the history of the modern Atlantic world turned. Part: The American Revolution, Origins, Struggles, and Enduring Legacy. Introduction. The American Revolution stands as a defining epoch that altered the course of history, emerging from decades of escalating colonial dissatisfaction with British imperial policies. The revolution evolved into a multifaceted conflict blending military engagements, ideological upheavals, and political innovation. It marked the birth of a nation grounded in principles of liberty, equality, and self-governance, and its legacy continues to influence democratic movements worldwide. Part 1: The Origins. Deep roots of discontent and revolutionary beginnings, colonial identity, and British imperial authority. The 13 British colonies along North America's eastern seaboard each developed distinctive social, economic, and political identities during the 17th and early 18th centuries. Colonists enjoyed considerable self-governance through elected assemblies, locally appointed governors, and communal institutions like town meetings. However, ultimate authority rested with the British Crown and Parliament, which imposed mercantilist policies aimed at enriching the mother country. Following the costly Xianian-Zhanzheng 7 Years' War, 1756-1763, known in its North American theater as the Fa-Yin-Zhanzheng French and Indian War, Britain sought to recoup debts through taxation schemes that increasingly infringed on colonial autonomy. Taxation sparks Resistance Stamp Act 1765. The first direct tax imposed on the colonies required colonists to purchase stamped paper for legal documents, newspapers, and playing cards. This ignited widespread protests articulated by the slogan, "No taxation without representation," uniting merchants, lawyers, printers, and ordinary citizens in coordinated boycotts that ultimately compelled Parliament to repeal the act. Townshend Acts de 1767, taxes on common imports such as glass, paint, and tea, reignited colonial resistance. Committees of correspondence formed to coordinate boycotts and political opposition, signaling rising intercolonial cooperation. Boston Tea Party, 1773. Radical protesters, disguised as Native Americans, dumped tons of taxed tea into Boston Harbor to repudiate the Tea Act and assert colonial autonomy. British retaliation through the punitive, coercive, or intolerable acts in 1774 further galvanized colonial unity, provoking the First Continental Congress's call for resistance. Outbreak of armed conflict, Lexington and Concord. The spark turned into open warfare on April 19, 1775, when British troops marched to seize colonial arms in Concord, Massachusetts. Colonial militias, known as Minutemen, ambushed the troops at Lexington and Concord, marking the Revolution's onset. The British siege of Boston ensued, setting the stage for a prolonged conflict. Intellectual and military leadership. George Washington's appointment as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army provided steady military leadership throughout the war's challenges. Intellectual pioneers such as Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, and Benjamin Franklin shaped the revolution's ideological underpinning and diplomatic success, with Jefferson's drafting of the Declaration of Independence becoming a foundational document. The American Revolution: Origins, Struggles, and Enduring Legacy. Introduction. The American Revolution is one of the most transformative and pivotal events in global history. It marked the rise of new ideas about governance, liberty, and human rights that challenged centuries-old monarchies and colonial empires. This revolution was not simply a military conflict. It was a profound political, social, and ideological upheaval that culminated in the founding of the United States of America, a nation conceived in principles of freedom, equality, and republicanism. Its legacy has influenced democratic aspirations worldwide and continues to shape the discourse around liberty and justice today. Part 1. The Origins. Deep Roots of Discontent and Revolutionary Beginnings, Colonial Identity, and British Imperial Authority. By the mid-18th century, the 13 British colonies stretching from New England to the southern coast had distinct economic bases, cultures, and political institutions. Colonial assemblies governed much of internal affairs, but sovereignty ultimately resided with the English crown and parliament. The British Empire operated on mercantile principles designed to ensure colonies contributed to the mother country's wealth and power. Colonial trade was tightly regulated by the Navigation Acts, which restricted commerce to English ships and markets. The aftermath of the French and Indian War, 1756 to 1763, part of the larger 7 Years' War, expanded British territorial claims in North America, but left Britain burdened with massive war debts. The British government, looking to colonies for financial recovery, began imposing new taxes and stricter enforcement on trade. Taxation sparks resistance. The Stamp Act, 1765. The Stamp Act introduced the first direct internal tax on the colonies, applying to all legal documents, newspapers, and playing cards. It provoked widespread outrage among colonists who believed such taxation without their representation in Parliament was unconstitutional. Resistance united colonists across social classes. As merchants, printers, lawyers, and farmers organized boycotts and protests, the Sons of Liberty, a radical group, orchestrated public demonstrations and intimidation against collectors of the tax. Ultimately, the act was repealed in 1766, but tensions remained high. The Townshend Acts, 1767, seeking alternative revenue, Parliament imposed import duties on goods like glass, lead, paint, paper, and tea. These taxes rekindled colonial opposition. Non-importation agreements spread, and colonial patriotism surged. Committees of correspondence were formed to coordinate resistance and share information, laying groundwork for intercolonial cooperation. The Boston Tea Party, 1773, the Tea Act, allowing the British East India Company to undercut colonial merchants by selling directly to consumers with a tax, ignited fierce opposition. Patriots disguised as Mohawk Indians boarded ships in Boston Harbor and dumped 342 chests of tea overboard. This dramatic act of defiance symbolized colonial rejection of British fiscal policies and threatened British authority. The Intolerable Acts, 1774, and colonial unity. In response, Parliament passed the Coercive Acts, or Intolerable Acts, aimed at punishing Massachusetts and suppressing resistance. The Boston Port Act closed the harbor. The Massachusetts Government Act curtailed self-rule. The Administration of Justice Act protected British officials. And the Quartering Act required housing for British troops. Far from quelling dissent, These laws galvanized colonial unity. In Philadelphia, the First Continental Congress convened in September 1774, representing 12 colonies. It coordinated economic boycotts and emphasized colonial rights, setting the stage for greater resistance. The outbreak of armed conflict, Lexington and Concord, 1775. On April 19, 1775, British troops marched to seize colonial arms in Concord, Massachusetts. Colonial militias known as Minutemen confronted the troops in skirmishes at Lexington and Concord. The confrontation marked the Revolution's outbreak. The British retreat was harassed by militias using guerrilla tactics, now embedded in American warfare. The subsequent British siege of Boston led to months of military tension and political ferment. Influential figures and ideologies. George Washington, chosen as commander-in-chief by the Second Continental Congress, is George Washington's, composed leadership, patience, and strategic insight were crucial to sustaining the colonial war effort. His ability to maintain discipline and morale in the Continental Army through trials and retreats forged the foundation for ultimate victory. Intellectual leaders, Jefferson, Adams, Franklin. Thomas Jefferson authored the Declaration of Independence, articulating Enlightenment ideals of unalienable rights, popular sovereignty, and the social contract that justified revolution. John Adams was a passionate advocate for independence in Congress and helped forge alliances, including with France. Benjamin Franklin skillfully negotiated French support, securing critical military and financial aid. America's Freedom, War, Society, and Nation-Building Declaration of Independence, defining the Revolution. On July 4th, 1776, after months of debate within the Second Continental Congress, the colonies formally announced their separation from Britain through the Declaration of Independence. This was a momentous and irreversible step, transforming a protest for rights into a war for national sovereignty, primarily authored by a young Thomas Jefferson, with input from the Committee of Five, including John Adams and Benjamin Franklin. The document drew upon Enlightenment principles espoused by thinkers like John Locke. It was structured in three parts: a preamble articulating a universal philosophy of human rights, a long list of specific grievances against King George III, and the final decisive Declaration of Independence. It asserted that all men are created equal, with inherent rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that governments derive their power from the consent of the governed. This radical idea gave the people the right to overthrow tyrannical governments. More than just a legal document, the Declaration was a powerful piece of propaganda. It galvanized both domestic and international support for the revolutionary cause, framing the conflict not as a civil dispute, but as a universal struggle for freedom. The Revolutionary War, campaigns, and alliances. The military conflict unfolded over 8 long years of brutal battles, shifting fortunes, and vital diplomatic alliances. The Continental Army, led by General George Washington, faced the world's most formidable military power. After early clashes at Lexington, Concord, and Bunker Hill, the war escalated. A crucial turning point came at the Battle of Saratoga in 1777. The American victory, led by Generals Horatio Gates and Benedict Arnold, convinced France that the rebellion was viable. This secured a formal alliance, bringing essential naval support, troops, and funding. Yet victory was not assured. The brutal winter at Valley Forge in 1777-78 tested the Army's very existence. Facing starvation, disease, and desertion, Washington's army survived and was transformed into a disciplined fighting force, thanks to the rigorous training implemented by the Prussian officer Baron von Steuben. The war's climax arrived at the Siege of Yorktown in 1781. A combined Franco-American force trapped British General Cornwallis's army against the sea, while the French fleet blocked any escape or reinforcement. His surrender effectively concluded major hostilities and secured American independence on the battlefield. Societal impact: women, African Americans, and Native Americans. The war was a society-wide effort. Women, often called camp followers, actively contributed by provisioning troops, nursing the wounded, and acting as spies. On the home front, they managed farms and businesses, keeping the colonial economy afloat. Figures like Abigail Adams famously urged her husband John to remember the ladies in the new laws, advocating early for women's rights. For African Americans, the war presented a complex and perilous choice. Thousands, both free and enslaved, fought for the Patriots, inspired by the rhetoric of liberty. However, many more sided with the British, who offered emancipation in exchange for service in what became known as Lord Dunmore's Ethiopian Regiment. Native American tribes, caught between two expanding powers, largely sided with Britain, viewing the crown as a buffer against relentless colonial encroachment on their lands. The American victory proved disastrous for them, leading to significant losses, broken treaties, and accelerated displacement as the new nation expanded westward. Revolutionary ideals and contradictions. The revolution championed radical new ideals of republicanism, which emphasized civic virtue, public service, and a government accountable to its citizens. It led to expanded political participation for many, but its promise of liberty was tragically incomplete. The unalienable rights, so eloquently expressed in the Declaration, primarily extended to white, property-owning males. Women, enslaved people, and Native Americans remained largely marginalized. This profound contradiction between the nation's ideals and its reality would fuel centuries of struggle in later reform movements, from abolitionism to women's suffrage. Nation building. Governance. After the war, with independence won, the challenge became building a nation. The fledgling country initially struggled under the Articles of Confederation, its first constitution. It created a weak central government that couldn't effectively tax, regulate commerce, or raise an army, leading to economic turmoil and events like Shays' Rebellion. Recognizing the system's failure, delegates convened for the 1787 Constitutional Convention. The resulting United States Constitution established a stronger federal government with three distinct branches, creating a delicate balance between federal and state powers. To address fears of tyranny, the Bill of Rights was added, a series of 10 amendments to safeguard individual liberties. These foundational documents, born from compromise and intense debate, laid a framework for enduring governance that could adapt and evolve over time. International impact and legacy. The American experiment sent shockwaves across the globe. The revolution's success inspired subsequent revolutionary movements, most notably the French Revolution of 1789 and the numerous independence struggles in Latin America during the early 19th century. It symbolized a paradigm shift away from monarchy and toward self-determination and democratic governance. The American Revolution demonstrated that the philosophical ideals of the Enlightenment were not just abstract theories. They could be put into practice to reshape political landscapes and create new nations founded on the will of the people. Conclusion. The American Revolution was far more than a war. It was a complex confluence of military conflict, political theory, and profound social transformation. It forged a new country dedicated, albeit imperfectly, to the principles of liberty and democracy. Its legacy is not a static monument, but a dynamic and ongoing conversation. an inspiring yet challenging narrative of freedom's pursuit that continues to resonate worldwide. Part 2, America's Freedom, War, Society, and Nation Building, Declaration of Independence, Defining the Revolution. On July 4th, 1776, in the midst of a burgeoning war, the Second Continental Congress took a monumental step. They formally adopted the Declaration of Independence, a document that would not only sever ties with Great Britain, but also articulate a new philosophy of governance. This was not merely a declaration of war, it was a declaration of a new world order, penned primarily by Thomas Jefferson in Philadelphia's sweltering summer heat. The delegates who signed it were acutely aware they were committing an act of treason against the British Crown, risking their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor for the cause of liberty. The Declaration's power lay in its synthesis of Enlightenment ideals. Drawing on the English philosopher John Locke's concept of natural rights, it asserted that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. From Montesquieu, it borrowed the idea of separated powers to prevent tyranny. And from Rousseau, it embraced the notion of a social contract. The document's most famous line, that all men are created equal with unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, became a profound, if imperfectly applied, statement of human dignity. Beyond its philosophical preamble, the Declaration served as a detailed indictment of King George III. It cataloged a long list of abuses, from imposing taxes without consent and obstructing justice to quartering troops in colonial homes. By methodically listing these grievances, it justified the colonies' right to dissolve their political connections with Britain. In doing so, it transformed a regional rebellion over taxes into a universal struggle for self-determination and liberty, inspiring future generations around the globe. Revolutionary War, Campaigns and Alliances. The war for independence was a long and arduous struggle, fought across a vast and varied landscape. The conflict unfolded on multiple fronts, military, diplomatic, and political, with the Continental Army facing the world's most formidable military power. Its key moments include Battle of Saratoga, 1777, a major turning point. American forces under General Horatio Gates surrounded and captured an entire British army led by General John Burgoyne. This decisive victory shattered the myth of British invincibility and, crucially, convinced France that the American cause was viable. The resulting Franco-American alliance provided the Patriots with essential funds, troops, and, most importantly, naval power that would prove critical in the war's final stages. Winter at Valley Forge, 1777-78, following defeats near Philadelphia, Washington's exhausted army endured a winter of severe hardship. Thousands suffered from starvation, disease, and exposure. Yet, this period became a crucible of transformation. The Prussian drill master Baron von Steuben arrived and implemented a rigorous training program, instilling discipline, tactical skill, and a renewed sense of purpose. The army that emerged from Valley Forge was a stronger, more professional force, capable of meeting the British in open combat. Siege of Yorktown, 1781, the war's climax. A masterful coordination of American and French forces trapped a large British army under Lord Cornwallis on the Virginia coast, while Washington's and Rochambeau's armies laid siege by land. The French fleet under Admiral de Grasse blockaded Chesapeake Bay, preventing British rescue or escape by sea. Cut off and overwhelmed, Cornwallis surrendered, effectively ending major hostilities and sealing America's victory. Treaty of Paris, 1783. 2 years after Yorktown, the war officially concluded with the signing of the Treaty of Paris. Negotiated by Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, and John Jay, the treaty saw Britain formally recognize the United States as a sovereign nation. It also granted the new country vast territories, extending its boundaries west to the Mississippi River, north to the Great Lakes, and south to Florida, setting the stage for westward expansion. Societal impact, roles, and voices emerging. Women. The revolution profoundly impacted the lives of women who stepped far beyond traditional domestic roles. They managed farms and businesses while men were away at war, organized boycotts of British goods, and served the Continental Army as camp followers, acting as nurses, cooks, and spies. Figures like Abigail Adams famously urged her husband John to remember the ladies in the new laws. A powerful early call for women's rights and political representation, even if it would take another century and a half to be realized. African Americans, the war's rhetoric of liberty created a complex and contradictory situation for African Americans. About 5,000 free and enslaved black men fought for the patriot cause, hoping their service would lead to freedom and greater rights. Simultaneously, the British offered freedom to any enslaved person who joined their side, leading thousands to escape to British lines. Despite their contributions, the war's end did not bring an end to slavery. The institution remained deeply entrenched, especially in the South, sowing the seeds of the future abolitionist struggles that would one day tear the nation apart. Native Americans. For Native American tribes, the Revolution was a disastrous conflict. Caught between two powers, most tribes, like the Iroquois Confederacy, were fractured by divided loyalties. Many allied with the British, hoping to protect their ancestral lands from encroaching American settlers. With the British defeat, they lost a key ally and were left to face an expansionist United States alone. The Treaty of Paris largely ignored their claims, leading to further displacement, broken treaties, and decades of conflict. Revolutionary ideals and contradictions. The Revolution championed the radical ideals of republicanism, emphasizing civic virtue, public participation, and the rule of law over the rule of a monarch. It established a government accountable to its citizens. Yet, the promise of liberty was not extended to all. The expansion of rights was limited primarily to white male property owners. Women, enslaved people, and Native Americans remained largely excluded from the political process, highlighting the profound tensions between the nation's founding ideals and its social realities. Contradictions that would fuel future social justice movements in America. Nation-building post-war governance. The Revolutionary War birthed a new nation, but one that now faced the immense challenge of self-governance. The first attempt, the Articles of Confederation, created a league of friendship among the states. However, it established a weak central government that lacked the power to tax, regulate commerce, or raise a national army, making it ill-equipped to handle the nation's mounting debts and security threats. These growing economic and security challenges, exemplified by events like Shays' Rebellion, led leaders to call for the Constitutional Convention in 1787. The resulting U.S. Constitution forged a more powerful federal system with a sophisticated balance of power between the federal government and the states, and among the three branches of government. To address fears of federal overreach, the Bill of Rights was added in 1791, guaranteeing essential protections for individual freedoms like speech, religion, and assembly, and curbing potential governmental abuses, global influence, and legacy. The American Revolution's success sent shockwaves across the world. It was the first successful colonial uprising against a European empire and served as a powerful catalyst for revolutions in France, Haiti, and across Latin America. It provided a tangible example of how Enlightenment ideals could be put into practice to reshape political realities. The concepts of popular sovereignty, natural rights, and written constitutions became powerful tools for those challenging monarchical and colonial rule, inspiring democratic movements globally for centuries to come. Conclusion: the American Revolution was more than a war. It was an epical event that redefined the very concepts of governance, sovereignty, and human rights. It was a complex tapestry woven from military struggle, bold ideological innovation, and profound social transformation, all of which combined to birth a new republic. While it laid the foundational ideals of liberty and democracy that would inspire millions, it also exposed deep-seated contradictions around equality and inclusion. These tensions remain central to America's ongoing story, a continuous effort to live up to its founding principles. The Revolution's legacy endures as both a beacon and a challenge, shaping democratic aspirations and debates not just in America but worldwide. Introduction. The Presidency of the United States is one of the world's most influential political offices, uniquely shaping American identity and global affairs. Since the adoption of the U.S. Constitution, each president has embodied the aspirations and challenges of their era while leaving a legacy that extends far beyond their time in office. We will examine the evolution of the American presidency, analyzes transformative leaders, and reflects on the institution's profound historical, domestic, and international impact. The first American presidents established crucial precedents for the young republic. George Washington, as the first president, set examples in nonpartisan governance, the peaceful transfer of power, and foreign neutrality. John Adams and Thomas Jefferson, with their philosophical differences, shaped early party politics and American democratic principles. Their legacies remind us that the presidency is both an office of power and a steward of foundational ideals. As the country expanded, so too did the power and complexity of the presidency. Andrew Jackson's assertive use of executive authority responded to growing popular democracy, while Abraham Lincoln's leadership during the Civil War preserved the Union and ended slavery. Lincoln's legacy, in particular, demonstrates the president's capacity to interpret constitutional powers broadly in moments of national crisis. Post-war presidents struggled with Reconstruction and the reconciliation of North and South. The late 19th century also saw presidents like Theodore Roosevelt champion progressive reforms and assert American power on the global stage. The 20th century transformed the role of the president into that of a global leader. Franklin D. Roosevelt expanded executive power through the New Deal and World War II, crafting the modern welfare state and positioning the U.S. as a superpower. Post-war figures like Harry S. Truman, John F. Kennedy, Lyndon B. Johnson, and Richard Nixon navigated the complexities of the Cold War, civil rights, and domestic unrest. Their policies reflected the growing scope of presidential leadership in both peacetime and war, as well as the challenges of maintaining democratic accountability. Many presidents initiated sweeping changes domestically. Theodore Roosevelt championed trust-busting and conservation. Woodrow Wilson advanced the Federal Reserve System. Franklin D. Roosevelt overhauled New Deal programs, and Lyndon B. Johnson championed the Great Society, which included landmark civil rights legislation and anti-poverty initiatives. Presidential leadership has been pivotal, sometimes controversial, in guiding national debates on issues such as healthcare, education, immigration, and civil liberties. These efforts often met obstacles, reflecting competing visions of American identity and government's role in society. The president serves as commander-in-chief and chief architect of foreign policy. American presidents have played decisive roles in wars, peace negotiations, and alliances. Franklin D. Roosevelt, Harry Truman, and Dwight D. Eisenhower orchestrated World War II victory and post-war recovery, managing international alliances and shaping the United Nations. John F. Kennedy's crisis management during the Cuban Missile Crisis, Nixon's opening to China, and Ronald Reagan's confrontation with the Soviet Union further illustrate how presidential diplomacy can alter the global landscape. The post-Cold War presidents have continued to grapple with new challenges, including terrorism, climate change, and economic globalization. Political parties have profoundly shaped the presidency, with each era marked by ideological shifts and realignments. From the Federalist and Democratic-Republican battles of the early 1800s to the emergence of Democrats and Whigs and the modern Republican and Democratic parties, presidents often serve as both party leaders and national unifiers. These dual roles can create tensions, especially in highly polarized times. Throughout American history, the president's ability to unite or divide the nation has tested the resilience of the constitutional system. Presidential scandals, from Ulysses S. Grant's administration to the Watergate scandal under Richard Nixon, have periodically shaken public trust and tested constitutional checks and balances. The impeachment processes faced by Andrew Johnson, Bill Clinton, and Donald Trump further demonstrate the challenges of executive accountability. Each episode has reinforced the importance of the rule of law, transparency, and a free press in ensuring a healthy democracy. The world of the American presidency continues to evolve. The September 11, 2001 attacks and the ensuing War on Terror required George W. Bush to navigate new security challenges and civil liberties controversies. Barack Obama's presidency saw the nation grapple with economic recession, healthcare reform, and shifting global alliances. Donald Trump's administration challenged many norms and utilized social media to engage with supporters directly while generating intense controversy. Joe Biden has faced polarized politics, public health crises, and questions about America's global leadership in a rapidly changing world. How Americans remember their presidents depends on more than achievements or controversies. It is woven into the national story itself. Public opinion often diverges from expert assessments, and the legacies of presidents shift as historical perspectives evolve. Abraham Lincoln and Franklin D. Roosevelt are consistently ranked among the greatest presidents due to their crisis leadership, while others, like James Buchanan, are remembered for failures to address looming national dangers. Presidential libraries, monuments, and commemorations ensure that the memory of each leader remains part of America's collective consciousness. Media, literature, and film have powerfully shaped perceptions of American presidents. From the dignified symbolism of Washington and Lincoln to the portrayals of more recent presidents in news cycles and popular culture, the office has often served as a reflection of societal values. As technology has advanced, political communication strategies have adapted: radio, television, and social media, each offering new ways for presidents to connect with and influence the public. The presidency of the United States is more than a political office. It is a living institution that embodies the evolving ideals, challenges, and contradictions of the American Republic. Each president has left a unique imprint on the nation and the world, acting within the constraints and opportunities of their time. As society changes and new crises emerge, the office continues to serve as a focal point for both national unity and debate. Through war and peace, progress and setbacks, the presidents of the United States have shaped the course of history. Their stories are a testament to the power of leadership and the enduring quest for a more perfect union. The War of 1812 stands as a transformative yet often overlooked conflict in North American history. fought between the United States and Great Britain from 1812 to 1815. It involved Canada, Native American nations, and touched every facet of society. Described as America's Second War of Independence, the War of 1812 arose out of a matrix of political, economic, and social factors. Its complex events redefined borders, shaped national identities, and left a legacy still evident in the modern era. Causes and background. The road to war began well before 1812. After the American Revolution, Britain retained an outsized influence on American economics, trade, and native diplomacy. Several core issues fueled mounting tension. Impressment. The British Royal Navy regularly stopped American ships, forcibly conscripting sailors, many of whom were, in fact, British deserters, but some were American citizens. Maritime blockades and trade restrictions. During the Napoleonic Wars, Britain and France both imposed restrictions on neutral trade. Britain's orders in council and France's continental system choked American commerce. Territorial expansion and native resistance. The United States eyed British Canada and sought to expand westward, while indigenous nations, encouraged and armed by British agents, attempted to halt American encroachment. Warhawks in Congress, like Henry Clay and John C. Calhoun, clamored for the defense of national honor, protection of neutral rights, and new territory. President James Madison, pressured by public and political sentiment, asked for a declaration of war on June 18, 1812. Early campaigns and misjudgments. Despite American enthusiasm, early war efforts were hampered by poor preparation, internal division, and overly ambitious goals. American strategy quickly faltered. The failed invasion of Canada. Americans believed conquering Canada would be easy, but attempts to capture Upper Canada encountered logistical difficulties, divided command, and effective British and native resistance. General William Hull's invasion collapsed, leading to the surrender of Detroit to British and native forces, led by Isaac Brock and Tecumseh. Naval engagements. The U.S. Navy enjoyed unexpected victories, with ships like the USS Constitution defeating British frigates in single combat, boosting American morale. However, Britain's naval blockade soon strangled American trade and hampered military movements. British forces, with indigenous allies, dominated the frontier, successfully defending Canada and stymieing American advances during 1812. Indigenous nations were deeply entwined in the conflict. Many saw alliance with the British as the best chance to preserve their autonomy and territories against relentless American expansion. Tecumseh, the Shawnee chief, and his brother, the Prophet, unified a multi-tribal confederacy aimed at halting U.S. incursions into the Northwest Territory. Tecumseh's leadership was pivotal in early British successes. Siege of Fort Meigs and Fort Detroit. Native warriors fought side by side with redcoat regulars, often achieving tactical success, though their fortunes declined after Tecumseh's death at the Battle of the Thames in 1813. The war's end marked a devastating blow to indigenous power in the Old Northwest, accelerating dispossession and westward removal. Key battles and campaigns. The Northern Theater. Battle of Queenston Heights, 1812. British and indigenous forces, led by Brock and Tecumseh, repelled a major American assault, solidifying Canadian resistance. Battle of Lake Erie, 1813. Commodore Oliver Hazard. Perry's victory secured American control of the lake and enabled the recapture of Detroit, boosting American morale. Battle of the Thames. American forces, led by William Henry Harrison, defeated a retreating British native contingent. Tecumseh's death here was a turning point. In retaliation for American raids in Canada, British troops landed in Maryland, routed the U.S. militia at Bladensburg, and set fire to public buildings in Washington, including the White House and Capitol. The British assault on Baltimore failed. The sight of the American flag after the bombardment inspired Francis Scott Key's Star-Spangled Banner. The Creek War, part of the larger conflict, saw U.S. forces under Andrew Jackson defeat the Red Stick faction at Horseshoe Bend in 1814, forcing the cession of immense Creek lands. Though fought after the peace treaty was signed, the Battle of New Orleans in 1815 saw Jackson's outnumbered forces decisively defeat the British, making him a national hero. While the Royal Navy imposed a crippling blockade, private American vessels, privateers, targeted British merchant shipping, capturing or disrupting hundreds of ships. While they could not shift the overall military advantage, American privateers caused significant economic disruption for the British. U.S. warships, notably the USS Constitution and USS United States, scored symbolic victories early in the war. The contests on the Great Lakes, most notably Lake Erie and Lake Champlain, were pivotal as they dictated control over key supply and invasion routes. The war was highly divisive among Americans. Many New Englanders, heavily reliant on trade with Britain, opposed the war and even threatened secession at the Hartford Convention. Others saw the war as a unifying call to national honor. Industries, especially armaments and textiles, experienced growth as imports dried up, laying groundwork for American industrial expansion post-war. Both British and American armies occupied and disrupted civilian life in Canada, the Great Lakes region, and the Atlantic coast. By late 1814, after years of stalemate, mounting war weariness, and changing political realities, including the defeat of Napoleon in Europe, both Britain and the United States sought peace. Negotiations in Ghent, Belgium, led to a treaty signed on December 24, 1814. Terms of the treaty. The Treaty of Ghent essentially restored pre-war boundaries, status quo ante bellum. No territory changed hands. Impressment and maritime rights, the original causes of conflict, were not addressed, as the end of the Napoleonic Wars made them moot. Aftermath. News of the treaty reached America after the Battle of New Orleans, allowing both sides to claim symbolic victory and fostering enduring myths about the conflict. National identity. The war generated a new sense of American unity and patriotism, symbolized by the Star-Spangled Banner and the cult of war heroes like Andrew Jackson and Oliver Hazard Perry. Political changes. The Federalist Party, tainted by opposition to the war, collapsed soon after, paving the way for the era of good feelings under James Monroe. Economic transformation, trade disruptions, and wartime needs stimulated domestic manufacturing, fostering early American industrialization and infrastructural growth. Native Americans, the war's end marked a tragic turning point for Native nations east of the Mississippi. Resisted by U.S. forces and without British protection, they faced escalating removal and land loss. For Canadians, and particularly for the growing Anglo-Canadian population, the successful defense against American invasion fostered a sense of distinctiveness and loyalty to Britain, setting the stage for Canadian nationalism. For Britain, busy with Napoleonic Europe, the American War was always secondary, though it stretched resources and exposed vulnerabilities in North American defense. The war's conclusion allowed Britain to focus on post-Napoleonic reconstruction and imperial expansion elsewhere. The War of 1812 is remembered differently in participating countries. United States seen as a second war of independence, reinforcing sovereignty, national symbols, and political unity. Canada, a foundational event for Canadian identity, marking the defeat of American invasions and the valor of figures like Laura Secord and Isaac Brock. Britain, a relatively minor episode, overshadowed by the broader struggles against Napoleon. The war also cemented boundaries between the U.S. and Canada that persist today, prevented the United States from expanding northward, and prompted American expansionism west and south, setting up new conflicts over territory and the future of slavery. The War of 1812 was a conflict of global context, local consequence, and enduring myth. While its immediate results were inconclusive, its long-term effects profoundly shaped the destinies of the United States, Canada, and native nations. Its legacy, reflected in national anthems, heroes, and contested memories, reminds us that even forgotten wars can define nations and communities for generations. The American Civil War, 1861 to 1865, was not only a defining conflict in U.S. history, but also one of the most pivotal events in the shaping of the modern world. Its origins lay in decades, some would say centuries, of contested ideas about federalism, liberty, slavery, economic development, and the fundamental nature of the American project. This essay will explore in detail how sectional tensions hardened into war, tracing the roots of the conflict from the Revolutionary era through the tumultuous years leading up to 1861, and narrating how the first shots at Fort Sumter turned a nation's divisions into the bloodiest war in its history. Sectionalism and the crescent of slavery. The Civil War had deep structural roots in sectional differences that dated to colonial times. The economies, social structures, and cultures of the North and South were markedly distinct by the early 1800s. The South, with its plantation economy, depended heavily on enslaved labor, and slaveholding became interwoven with status, wealth, and political power. The North, by contrast, underwent rapid industrialization, urbanization, and grew increasingly reliant on free labor. As new states joined the Union, the question of whether they would allow slavery and thus affect the balance of power in the federal government grew ever more contentious. Key compromises, the Missouri Compromise of 1820 and the Compromise of 1850, temporarily contained, but ultimately failed to resolve the growing crisis. Southern leaders became more rigid in their defense of slavery, while Northern abolitionists and free soilers called for its restriction and eventual extinction. Political breakdown and the rise of antagonism. By the mid-19th century, politics reached a boiling point. The breakup of the second-party system, Whigs versus Democrats, in the 1850s led to the rise of the Republican Party, founded on opposition to the spread of slavery into new territories. As historian Eric Foner and others have demonstrated, debates about slavery's future were inseparable from issues of modernization, economic development, and national identity. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854, which allowed settlers in those territories to decide by vote whether to permit slavery, led to violent conflict known as Bleeding Kansas. In this atmosphere of chaos, pro- and anti-slavery forces formed rival governments, raided each other's settlements, and committed atrocities. The Supreme Court's Dred Scott decision, 1857, which denied citizenship and legal rights to African Americans and ruled Congress had no authority to ban slavery in federal territories, further poisoned hopes for compromise. slavery, race, and competing moral visions. At root, the Civil War arose from irreconcilable visions about human bondage and freedom. For white Southerners, slavery was not just an economic system, it was a way of life, tradition, and social order. Most Southern leaders came to argue after 1830 that slavery was not merely a necessary evil, but a positive good ordained by history, religion, and racial hierarchy. Pro-slavery thinkers insisted the South was a society fundamentally different from, and morally superior to, the North. Northern attitudes were complex, but by the late 1850s, more and more Northerners saw slavery as incompatible with democratic values and economic progress, even if only some became actual abolitionists. As competing states sent armed migrants, preachers, and politicians into Western territories, the nation's fate became increasingly tied to the slavery debate. The election of 1860 and secession. The tipping point came with the presidential election of 1860. Abraham Lincoln, the Republican nominee, campaigned against the spread of slavery, not its immediate abolition in the South, presenting the contest as a fundamental test of the Union's values. His platform made clear that the federal government would not permit the extension of slavery into new Western territories. Lincoln carried every free state and none of the slave states. His election was viewed by Southern leaders as a direct threat to their society, economy, and political influence. Within weeks, South Carolina voted to secede from the Union and was quickly followed by 6 other Deep South states: Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas. These states formed the Confederate States of America, adopted a constitution patterned after the U.S., but with explicit protections for slavery, and named Jefferson Davis as president. The failure of compromise. Frantic last-minute attempts at compromise, such as the Crittenden Compromise, which proposed extending the Missouri Compromise line west to the Pacific, failed as both sides refused to yield on the core issue of slavery's expansion. Southern secessionists believed they acted to protect property rights, state sovereignty, and their way of life. Northern Unionists, led by Lincoln, insisted that the Union was perpetual and indivisible, and that democratic government could not survive if defeated by threats of secession. The border states and the meaning of union. As the country polarized, not all slave-holding states seceded. 4 border states, Maryland, Kentucky, Missouri, and Delaware, remained in the Union, though they were fiercely divided internally. Both the North and South hoped to pull these key states in their direction, recognizing their strategic and symbolic importance. What did the Union mean? To the North, increasingly it meant national unity, constitutional government, and eventually a future without slavery. To the South, union had ceased to be meaningful if it threatened their social order and property. These different meanings made compromise elusive and the logic of war almost inescapable. The outbreak of war, Fort Sumter. The new Confederate government began seizing federal property across the South. In April 1861, Confederate forces fired on the federal garrison at Fort Sumter, South Carolina, after Lincoln refused to surrender the facility or evacuate its troops. The fort's surrender to Southern guns sparked a wave of patriotic fervor across both North and South. Within weeks, 4 additional slave states, Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina, joined the Confederacy. Lincoln's call for 75,000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion turned the political crisis into full-scale war. The war begins. The first months of the war were characterized by confusion, untested leadership, and deep uncertainty about objectives. Many in the North believed the rebellion would be easily suppressed, while Southerners expected their defense of home, and Hearth would ensure quick victory. The First Battle of Bull Run, Manassas, in July 1861 shattered illusions of a short conflict. Confederate forces rebuffed a chaotic Union advance, and both sides realized the war would be longer and bloodier than imagined. Their early strategies and the escalation of conflict, both the Union and Confederacy began to formulate grand strategies. The North's Anaconda Plan, championed by General Winfield Scott, aimed to blockade southern ports and seize control of the Mississippi River, squeezing the Confederacy into submission. The South, fighting on home territory, sought to defend itself and win international recognition by convincing Britain or France to intervene on its behalf. The scale of mobilization was unprecedented. Millions volunteered or were conscripted, armies swelled, and new technologies, from railroads to telegraphs, transformed warfare. Key figures at the war's outset: Abraham Lincoln. His leadership evolved from cautious conciliator to determined wartime president, balancing political necessity, military reality, and a growing embrace of emancipation as a war aim. Jefferson Davis, former U.S. Senator and Secretary of War, Davis struggled to mold the Confederacy's strong states' rights culture into a functioning wartime government. Generals, both Union and Confederate commanders, including Winfield Scott, Robert E. Lee, Ulysses S. Grant, and Thomas Stonewall Jackson, rose to prominence, learning the harsh realities of modern warfare. The war's social and political fallout. The onset of war triggered profound changes in society, race, and freedom. The fate of 4 million enslaved African Americans became central to the war, particularly as many fled to Union lines or were liberated by advancing armies. Over time, the conflict's meaning evolved into a war of emancipation. Women and the home front. Women on both sides took on new roles, running farms and businesses, nursing the wounded, and organizing for relief. Their experiences helped spur later movements for rights and social reforms. Political dissent. Both sides struggled with internal opposition: anti-war Democrats in the North, Copperheads, Unionists in the South, and divided loyalties in the border states. International context. Although the Union feared British and French intervention, especially as Europe's textile mills depended on Southern cotton, the cause of emancipation and Northern diplomacy prevented official recognition of the Confederacy. British and French governments remained officially neutral, though many individuals supplied arms, funding, and support to both sides. Conclusion: the war becomes inevitable. By the summer of 1861, war was no longer avoidable. Deep structural differences, irreconcilable ideologies, and failed politics had led to national rupture. Both sides entered with hope, determination, and limited appreciation for the war's likely cost in blood, trauma, and transformation. The next 4 years would see the United States remade by battle, emancipation, and enormous political and social change, a legacy that still shapes the country today. The turning point in the American Civil War occurred in the summer of 1863, primarily due to the twin Union victories at Gettysburg and Vicksburg. The Battle of Gettysburg, fought from July 1st to July 3rd, marked the Confederacy's last attempt to invade Northern territory. General Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia suffered devastating losses after failing to break Union lines, particularly during the infamous Pickett's Charge. This defeat forced Lee to retreat to Virginia, and the Confederacy never regained the initiative in the Eastern Theater. At nearly the same time, the Union, under General Ulysses S. Grant, achieved a crucial victory with the capture of Vicksburg, Mississippi on July 4th. This victory gave the Union control of the Mississippi River, splitting the Confederacy and effectively isolating its western states from the east. The fall of Vicksburg, combined with Gettysburg, shattered Confederate morale and provided the Union with strategic control of key supply lines. Following these victories, the Union's superior industrial resources and manpower gradually wore down the Confederate war effort. General Sherman's march to the sea and Grant's relentless campaigns in Virginia further depleted Southern capacity to resist. The cumulative effect of attritional warfare, economic blockade, and loss of territory eventually forced the Confederacy's surrender at Appomattox Courthouse in April 1865, securing a Northern victory and preserving the Union. Gettysburg and Vicksburg are seen as the turning points of the American Civil War because together they marked a decisive shift in momentum from the Confederacy to the Union, fundamentally altering the war's course. The Battle of Gettysburg, fought in July 1863, halted Confederate General Robert E. Lee's ambitious invasion of Northern territory. After 3 days of intense fighting, the Confederate Army suffered massive casualties and was forced to retreat back to Virginia. This defeat ended the South's capacity to wage offensive campaigns in the North, severely weakening Confederate morale and military capability. Gettysburg symbolized the failure of the Confederacy's strategic gamble to force European recognition or peace through battlefield success on Union soil. Simultaneously, the siege and capture of Vicksburg by Union General Ulysses S. Grant gave the North complete control over the Mississippi River. This victory effectively split the Confederacy in two, severing supply lines and isolating Western Confederate states. The loss of Vicksburg deprived the South of critical resources and compromised its ability to sustain the war effort. The success at Vicksburg showcased the Union's growing military and logistical superiority. Together, Gettysburg and Vicksburg shifted the strategic initiative to the Union, bolstered Northern morale, and made Confederate hopes for independence increasingly untenable. Following these victories, Union forces launched campaigns of attrition and total war that steadily dismantled the Southern war machine, culminating in the eventual surrender of the Confederacy in 1865. Thus, these two battles are viewed as the pivotal turning points that ensured Northern victory in the Civil War. The immediate political consequences of the turning points at Gettysburg and Vicksburg in the North and South were significant, setting the stage for the final years of the American Civil War. In the North, these victories bolstered public morale and strengthened support for President Abraham Lincoln and the Republican Party. The Union success at Gettysburg shattered the myth of Confederate invincibility, while the fall of Vicksburg secured control over the Mississippi River, demonstrating clear military progress. This bolstered Northern confidence in the war effort and helped Lincoln push forward his evolving war aims, including the Emancipation Proclamation, which by then was gaining broader acceptance as a necessary measure for Union victory and moral justification. Politically, it diminished the influence of the Peace Democrats, Copperheads, who had advocated for negotiation and compromise, consolidating a commitment to total victory and the preservation of the Union. In the South, the twin defeats created political instability and despair. General Lee's retreat from Gettysburg signaled the loss of Southern offensive capability in the East, dampening confidence in the Confederate government led by President Jefferson Davis. The fall of Vicksburg was a devastating blow to Confederate logistics and morale, highlighting vulnerabilities in the South's strategic position. These military losses intensified criticism of Davis's leadership and exacerbated tensions among Confederate politicians and military commanders. Southern civilians and politicians faced growing war weariness and shortages, triggering dissent and fractures within the Confederate States. The political unity that had sustained secessionist resolve began to unravel, foreshadowing the eventual decline of Confederate resistance. Together, these immediate political consequences shaped the wartime leadership responses and influenced the trajectory of both the Union and Confederacy during the crucial final phases of the conflict. In the summer of 1863, the strategic decisions of Union General Ulysses S. Grant and Confederate General Robert E. Lee were pivotal in determining the course of the American Civil War, culminating in the crucial battles of Vicksburg and Gettysburg. General Robert E. Lee, commanding the Confederate Army of Northern Virginia, made the bold decision to invade the North once again. After several years of defensive campaigns on Southern soil, Lee believed that by taking the fight into Union territory, he could disrupt Northern supply lines, influence Northern public opinion to pressure the government into peace, and gain international recognition for the Confederacy. Lee's strategy was to capitalize on his army's high morale and previous victories by threatening key northern cities and infrastructure, most notably Baltimore and Washington, but also Pennsylvania. This led to the movement of approximately 75,000 Confederate troops into Pennsylvania in June 1863, an aggressive gamble considering Lee's stretched supply lines and the challenges of campaigning far from home. His strategy hinged on decisive new victories deep in Union territory to potentially alter the war's political landscape. Union General Meade, recently appointed commander of the Army of the Potomac, was tasked with countering this invasion. He maneuvered to intercept Lee's forces, ultimately choosing to engage at Gettysburg after initial skirmishes in southern Pennsylvania. Meade's decision to hold a strong defensive position on high ground, especially on Cemetery Hill, Cemetery Ridge, and Little Round Top, proved critical. His cautious but firm strategy focused on forcing Lee to attack fortified Union positions, which culminated in the repulsed Confederate assault known as Pickett's Charge on July 3rd. Meanwhile, in the Western Theater, General Ulysses S. Grant was conducting a prolonged campaign against the Confederate stronghold at Vicksburg, Mississippi. Understanding Vicksburg's strategic importance, it controlled access to the Mississippi River and split the Confederacy. Grant sought to isolate the city through a series of maneuvers and sieges. Grant demonstrated remarkable operational flexibility, conducting the audacious decision to march his forces south of Vicksburg, bypassing Confederate fortifications, cutting off supply lines, and crossing the Mississippi River to approach the city from the east. His tactics included rapid, aggressive movements to encircle and besiege the city while cutting down supply routes and preventing Confederate reinforcements. Grant's strategic decision to initiate a siege rather than a costly frontal assault showed his ability to weigh human losses against military objectives realistically. By maintaining pressure on Vicksburg while simultaneously engaging Confederate forces under Lieutenant General John C. Pemberton, Grant effectively strangled the city's defenses, forcing its surrender on July 4th, 1863. Together, the strategic decisions of Lee to invade the North and Grant to isolate and capture Vicksburg defined the summer's critical campaigns. Lee's gamble at Gettysburg ended in failure, with devastating losses that ended Confederate offensive capabilities in the East. Grant's successful siege of Vicksburg gave the Union vital control over a major logistical artery and split the Confederacy, laying the groundwork for further Union advances in the Western theater. These decisions exhibited contrasting approaches. Lee's high-risk offensive aimed at shifting political tides through battlefield success, while Grant's methodical and pragmatic strategy focused on attrition and securing strategic points with calculated precision. Both shaped the pivotal turning point of the war in 1863 and the eventual Union victory. The Reconstruction era, spanning from 1865 to 1877, represents one of the most critical and complex periods in American history. It arose from the devastating aftermath of the Civil War, tasked with the monumental challenge of rebuilding the South, restoring the Union, and addressing the newly emancipated millions of African Americans who had been freed from slavery. Reconstruction sought to redefine the social, political, and economic fabric of the United States, but its causes and consequences remain deeply contested topics, permeated by conflict, hope, setbacks, and lasting repercussions. The root cause of Reconstruction was the profound devastation wrought by the Civil War, which not only destroyed much of the Southern infrastructure but also fractured the nation's very identity and constitutional order. The defeat of the Confederacy called into question the status of former slave states, as well as the rights, status, and freedoms of millions of newly freed African Americans. Emancipation had ended slavery's legal existence, but left unresolved fundamental issues of citizenship, equality, and economic independence. The federal government faced the unprecedented task of integrating these newly freed people into American political and social life, while simultaneously healing the bitter sectional divisions that had nearly torn the nation apart. Moreover, the war's enormous destruction in the South required economic recovery and the establishment of a new labor system to replace slavery's absence. Politically, Reconstruction aimed to reintegrate the rebellious Southern states and ensure the civil rights of freedmen. Early efforts under Presidents Lincoln and Johnson emphasized rapid restoration with limited conditions. But congressional Republicans soon asserted a more transformative agenda: radical Reconstruction through military oversight and constitutional amendments, the 13th abolishing slavery, the 14th guaranteeing citizenship and equal protection, and the 15th securing voting rights regardless of race, sought to remake Southern society and protect African American rights. These measures expanded federal authority and challenged traditional notions of state sovereignty in ways that deeply polarized the nation. Socially, Reconstruction was a period of significant but fragile progress for African Americans. Freedmen built churches, schools, and political organizations, and many participated in government for the first time. However, white Southern resistance was fierce and often violent. Groups such as the Ku Klux Klan and vigilante organizations used intimidation, terror, and violence to undermine black political power and restore white supremacy. This period exposed the deep racial fault lines in American society and the limitations of legal reforms without societal acceptance. Economically, the South grappled with rebuilding an economy shattered by war and the abolition of slavery. Sharecropping and tenant farming emerged as dominant systems, often trapping African Americans and poor whites in cycles of debt and poverty. The failure to redistribute land denied many freed people economic independence and perpetuated entrenched inequalities. Meanwhile, Northern capital and industrial investment slowly diversified the Southern economy, though it remained largely agrarian and underdeveloped compared to the North. The consequences of Reconstruction were vast and enduring. While it temporarily extended political rights and reshaped the Southern political landscape, its premature end in 1877 led to the rise of the Jim Crow era, institutionalizing racial segregation and disenfranchisement that would last a century. Reconstruction's legacies resonate in ongoing struggles over civil rights, federal authority, racial justice, and the meaning of American democracy. In essence, Reconstruction was a pivotal experiment in democracy and racial equality, met with both remarkable achievements and profound failures. Its causes, rooted in war, emancipation, and the quest for justice, translated into consequences that profoundly influenced the trajectory of the United States, illuminating both its aspirations and contradictions. Political Reconstruction and federal control. Reconstruction initially sought to reunify the nation and redefine governance after the Confederacy's defeat. President Andrew Johnson's early policies aimed for a swift restoration with lenient terms, leading Confederate states to enact restrictive black codes that aimed to rebuild racial hierarchies despite emancipation. In response, radical Republicans in Congress took control, passing the Reconstruction Acts of 1867, which divided the South into military districts and required states to ratify the 14th Amendment and protect black male suffrage before readmission to the Union. This marked a radical expansion of federal authority over states, challenging traditional state sovereignty and introducing lasting constitutional shifts. Notably, the 13th Amendment abolished slavery, the 14th granted citizenship and equal protection, and the 15th protected voting rights regardless of race. African Americans seized new opportunities, electing black legislators and officials during Reconstruction governments, a transformative but temporary political revolution in the South. Reconstruction also provoked fierce resistance. White Southern Democrats and vigilante groups like the Ku Klux Klan sought to restore white supremacy via intimidation and violence, undermining African American civil rights and political participation. These political struggles defined Reconstruction's volatile character and the tenuous nature of its gains. Social transformation and racial struggles. Socially, Reconstruction was a time of both hope and backlash for African Americans. The Freedmen's Bureau and new public education initiatives fostered black literacy and civic engagement. Churches and fraternal organizations became centers of social life and political activism. Freedmen sought to reunify families and claim legal rights long denied. Yet, African Americans faced pervasive racial violence and discrimination. White supremacist campaigns aimed to enforce segregation and reverse civil rights advancements. The contested meanings of freedom and citizenship revealed entrenched social divisions, and despite constitutional protections, the struggle for racial justice prolonged well beyond Reconstruction's formal end. Economic challenges and developments. The Southern economy, devastated by wartime destruction and the abolition of slavery, underwent profound restructuring. The plantation system collapsed, giving way to sharecropping and tenant farming, the dominant post-war labor systems. These arrangements often trapped black and poor white farmers in cycles of poverty and dependency. Meanwhile, Northern capital poured into Southern infrastructure, particularly railroads and industry, slowly modernizing parts of the economy but leaving much of the South agrarian and underdeveloped. Land reform was a controversial failure. Promises of redistributed land were rarely fulfilled, limiting economic independence among freed people. The end of Reconstruction and its legacy. Reconstruction effectively ended in 1877 as part of the Compromise of 1877, which resolved the disputed 1876 presidential election. Federal troops withdrew from the South, ending military enforcement of Reconstruction policies. This ushered in the Jim Crow era, characterized by segregation, disenfranchisement, and institutionalized racial discrimination lasting into the mid-20th century. Despite its premature conclusion, Reconstruction's legacy is profound. It redefined the nation's constitutional and political framework, extended citizenship and voting rights to African Americans, and catalyzed long-term social and economic transformations. Importantly, Reconstruction remains a key reference point in American struggles over race equality and federalism. Key political figures of Reconstruction, biographies, and impact. Abraham Lincoln, 1809-1865. Lincoln's leadership throughout the Civil War set the stage for Reconstruction. Known for his commitment to preserving the Union and ending slavery, Lincoln introduced the 10% Plan, proposing a lenient approach to restoring Southern states if 10% of voters pledged loyalty. His assassination in 1865 curtailed his influence, but his vision tempered reconciliation with abolition. Andrew Johnson, 1808-1875. Johnson's policies favored rapid restoration with lenient terms. However, his approach allowed former Confederates to regain power and tolerate the restrictive black codes. His vetoes of civil rights legislation triggered fierce opposition by radical Republicans and led to his impeachment. Thaddeus Stevens, 1792-1868. Stevens, a radical Republican leader in Congress, fiercely advocated racial equality and harsh Reconstruction policies, including a land redistribution. He pushed for the 14th and 15th Amendments and federal enforcement of civil rights, aiming to prevent the restoration of former slaveholders' power. Charles Sumner, 1811-1874. A leading abolitionist and radical Republican, Sumner championed citizenship and suffrage for African Americans and federal intervention to protect civil rights, helping draft key constitutional amendments. Ulysses S. Grant, 1822-1885. Union general turned president, Grant supported enforcement of civil rights laws and battled white supremacist violence through legislation like the Enforcement Acts. His administration marked Reconstruction's federal enforcement peak. Jefferson Davis, 1808-1889. Former Confederate President Davis symbolized Southern resistance to Reconstruction, advocating Southern autonomy and opposing federal reforms designed to dismantle slavery's legacy. Hiram Rhodes Revels, 1827-1901, the first black U.S. Senator, Revels symbolized African American political gains and advocated racial reconciliation during Reconstruction. Blanche Kelso Bruce, 1841-1898. Bruce was the first African American to serve a full Senate term and championed civil rights and equal protection amidst persistent racial hostility. These figures embody the competing visions and challenges of Reconstruction, shaping this era's profound but often turbulent legacy in American history. The American Wild West: Origins, Development, and Legacy. Expanded Overview. Introduction. The American Wild West, often depicted as a vast, lawless, and adventurous frontier, encompasses a period from roughly the late 1860s through the early 20th century. This era arose from a combination of historical forces, geographic expansion, economic opportunity, cultural interaction, and political developments that reshaped the nation's identity and landscape. This expanded overview traces the origins of the Wild West, details its major phases and social dynamics, examines notable figures, and considers its enduring impact on both American consciousness and history. Origins, manifest destiny, and territorial expansion. The Wild West's inception is deeply rooted in the 19th century doctrine of manifest destiny, the belief that the United States was preordained to expand from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Manifest destiny gained momentum after the Louisiana Purchase, 1803, which doubled the nation's size and opened territories inhabited by Native American tribes and European colonial interests. Throughout the first half of the 1800s, explorers and settlers pushed westward, Guided by expeditions like the Lewis and Clark Journey, 1804-1806, which mapped an eastern path to the Pacific and documented vast resources, the Mexican-American War, 1846-1848, and the resulting Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo expanded the U.S. further, adding lands rich in minerals and agricultural promise. The Homestead Act of 1862 was a landmark turning point by granting 160 acres of public land to settlers willing to cultivate and improve it. The act catalyzed migration, particularly of immigrants and displaced eastern populations eager for land and opportunity. The federal government's policies actively encouraged settlement, claiming to civilize and develop the wilderness for American prosperity. The railroads and economic growth. The completion of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1869 physically united the east and west coasts and revolutionized transportation, commerce, and migration. Railroads enabled vast quantities of goods, people, and raw materials to move across the continent with unprecedented speed and efficiency. Towns and cities emerged along rail lines, transforming once isolated regions into economic hubs. Railroads were economic engines, but also sources of monopolistic power and political influence. Companies like the Central Pacific and Union Pacific manipulated land grants and government subsidies while exploiting workers, many of whom were immigrant laborers, including Chinese immigrants who faced severe discrimination. The rail network unified markets, bolstered industries, and underpinned the rapid growth of cattle, ranching, mining, and farming sectors central to Western development. Native American displacement and conflict. The westward expansion brought inevitable conflict with indigenous peoples who had lived on the land for centuries. The Wild West was often the site of violent clashes as the U.S. military and settlers encroached on tribal territories. Wars such as the Sioux Wars, the Apache Wars, and the Nez Perce War exemplified determined native resistance. The infamous Battle of Little Bighorn, 1876, where General Custer's troops were decisively defeated by Sioux and Cheyenne warriors, punctuated this era of conflict. Federal policies, including the establishment of reservations under the Bureau of Indian Affairs and later the Dawes Act of 1887, sought to confine and assimilate native populations, undermining their traditional social structures and forcing allotment of communal lands to individuals. Though resistance continued, the cumulative effects left Native Americans marginalized. The conflicts reshaped the demographics and control of the West, forcing native peoples onto reservations and altering their ways of life. Mining booms and boomtowns. The discovery of precious metals spurred waves of migration and economic speculation. The California Gold Rush, 1848-1855, ignited mass movement westward, inspiring 49ers seeking wealth. Subsequent booms were triggered by finds such as the Comstock Lode in Nevada, rich in silver and gold, and mineral rushes in Colorado, South Dakota, and Montana. These rushes created boomtowns, rapidly constructed settlements that were often lawless, economically volatile, and culturally diverse. Boomtowns like Virginia City, Deadwood, and Tombstone became notorious for gambling, saloons, and violent disputes, embodying both opportunity and disorder. Despite their promise, many settlers faced harsh conditions, financial ruin, and the harsh reality of frontier life. Cattle ranching and the cowboy mythos. Cattle ranching emerged as a dominant economic activity on the open ranges of Texas, Kansas, Wyoming, and Montana. The booming demand for beef in eastern cities, coupled with expandable grazing lands, fueled large-scale ranching operations. Cowboys, iconic figures of the West, drove cattle herds over long distances to railheads, a central economic activity from the 1860s through the 1880s. Their lives, often romanticized in popular culture, were demanding and fraught with dangers, including weather, rustlers, and native conflicts. The introduction of barbed wire fencing in the 1870s transformed the West, ending the open range system and leading to conflicts between ranchers, farmers, and freedmen. This range war symbolized the clash of old and new ways of life in the West, lawlessness and frontier justice. The Wild West gained a legendary reputation for lawlessness and violence, though historical scholarship reveals significant variations. Many frontier towns had sheriffs, marshals, and courts, but limited resources and rapid population growth challenged law enforcement. Famous lawmen like Wyatt Earp, Bat Masterson, and Wild Bill Hickok became symbols of frontier justice, often embroiled in dramatic shootouts. Outlaws such as Jesse James, Billy the Kid, and the James Younger Gang captivated public imagination and embodied rebellion against authority. Gunfights, feuds, and vigilantism were common, reflecting the tenuous nature of social order, but also the cultural valorization of rugged individualism and self-reliance. Women of the Wild West, though frequently overlooked, women played diverse roles during this era. Figures such as Calamity Jane and Annie Oakley challenged gender norms through their frontier exploits. Women also managed homesteads, operated businesses, and contributed to community building. The image of the pioneer woman symbolized endurance and adaptability in harsh frontier conditions. Women's social organizations, schools, and churches became vital institutions in emerging communities, shaping social norms and civil life. The closing of the frontier and legacy. By the late 19th century, the frontier was closing. The 1890 U.S. Census declared the frontier line no longer identifiable, symbolizing the end of an era. Settlements, agriculture, fencing, and railroad expansion altered the open wilderness irrevocably. Federal policy, including the enforcement of reservations and assimilationist programs, ended most organized native resistance. The West became increasingly integrated into the national economy and political framework. The Wild West's legacy endures in American culture through literature, film, folklore, and collective memory. It represents the nation's complex narratives of freedom, opportunity, conflict, and identity. The social and cultural landscape of the American Wild West, an expanded analysis. The American Wild West was far more than a backdrop of rugged landscapes and frontier violence. It was a dynamic social and cultural arena where diverse populations interacted, identities were forged, and new ways of life emerged. Understanding the social and cultural complexity of this era reveals how the West shaped American values, challenged existing social norms, and created enduring myths. Diversity and demographic transformation. The Wild West population was incredibly diverse, reflecting waves of migration and settlement. Native American tribes with rich cultural traditions, including the Sioux, Cheyenne, Apache, and Navajo, were the original inhabitants, living off the land with complex social, political, and spiritual systems. The influx of European American settlers, African Americans, including formerly enslaved people seeking new opportunities, and immigrants from Ireland, Germany, Scandinavia, Italy, and Eastern Europe reshaped this demographic mosaic. Chinese immigrants played pivotal roles, especially in railroad construction and mining, though they faced harsh discrimination and legislative exclusion. Latino communities from the Southwest, descendants of Spanish colonial and Mexican populations, added further cultural layers. The cultural interactions among these groups ranged from conflict to cooperation. For example, trading posts often served as cultural meeting points, while interracial marriages, though rare, occurred in some communities. However, The colonization and settlement process often resulted in the suppression and marginalization of native cultures. Gender roles in women's experience, contrary to stereotypes of the Wild West, as a male-dominated realm of gunslingers and outlaws, women were central to frontier society. Pioneer women undertook physically demanding labor, maintaining farms and households in often lonely and harsh conditions. Women also established schools, churches, and social clubs that formed the backbone of community life. Figures like Calamity Jane challenged traditional gender norms, becoming legendary for their toughness and frontier skills. Other women, such as women homesteaders, teachers, and nurses, played critical roles in societal development. Women also participated in temperance and suffrage movements, early precursors to later feminist activism. Despite these contributions, social expectations rigidly constrain many women, emphasizing domestic roles amidst a harsh, often violent environment: law, order, and justice. The absence of established government institutions in many frontier areas led to unique approaches to law and justice. While vigilante groups and frontier courts attempted to maintain order, justice was uneven and often swift. The mythos of the gunfighter and lawman emerged from real struggles to impose order amid rapid social change. Societies experimented with innovative governance forms ranging from miners' assemblies to early town councils. These grassroots institutions reflected democratic aspirations, but were also susceptible to corruption and factionalism, economic and social mobility. The Wild West was often seen as a land of opportunity and social mobility. Many settlers pursued farming or ranching, took part in mining booms, or started businesses, believing they could escape the entrenched class structures of the East. However, social mobility was uneven. Wealth often concentrated with landowners, mine operators, and merchants, while laborers and settlers faced cycles of poverty and hardship. The precariousness of frontier life fostered a strong ethos of individualism, self-reliance, and entrepreneurial spirit that became idealized in American culture, mythology, media, and popular culture. The Wild West quickly transcended its historical realities to become a powerful cultural symbol. Traveling shows, dime novels, and newspapers popularized sensationalized stories of outlaws, lawmen, and dramatic gunfights. Buffalo Bill's Wild West show famously toured the country and Europe, shaping the world's image of the American frontier. This mythology promoted themes of courage, freedom, and rugged individualism, often overlooking the complexities of race, gender, and violence. Yet it profoundly influenced American identity and media genres, laying the foundation for Western films, literature, and television that persist today. Racial and social conflicts. The Wild West was rife with racial tensions. Native Americans were displaced and often violently suppressed. African Americans migrated west, some as free homesteaders, but faced discrimination and exclusion. Hispanic populations experienced ongoing marginalization, particularly after American annexation of Southwest territories. Social hierarchies and segregation emerged with distinct racial and ethnic lines marked by prejudice, violence, and exclusionary laws. These tensions illustrate the contradictions of a frontier myth promoting freedom amid stark inequalities. Conclusion. The social and cultural realities of the American Wild West were complex and multifaceted. It was an era of great hope, diversity, conflict, invention, and myth-making. The interactions between settlers, native peoples, immigrants, men, and women created a dynamic frontier society that helped define America's evolving identity. While romanticized in popular culture, the era's social fabric was marked by struggles over race, gender, justice, and opportunity that continue to resonate in the American experience. Do not use any stock media. The Gilded Age, a complex era of growth, inequality, and transformation in America. The Gilded Age, spanning the period from the 1870s to the early 1900s, represents one of the most transformative and paradoxical chapters in American history. This era witnessed unprecedented economic expansion and technological innovation that propelled the United States into a leading global industrial power. At the same time, the era was marked by vast social inequalities, political corruption, and labor struggles that challenged American democratic ideals. This essay provides a comprehensive examination of the Gilded Age, exploring its historical context, notable figures, industrial and technological change, urbanization, class conflict, political dynamics, social reforms, and lasting legacies. By delving into these interconnected dimensions, we gain a rich understanding of how the Gilded Age shaped modern America. Historical context and the origins of the Gilded Age. The roots of the Gilded Age emerged in the turbulent aftermath of the Civil War and Reconstruction. While the war devastated much of the South, it also accelerated industrial growth in the North. The completion of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1869 symbolized the growing integration of the national economy. The United States was rapidly transitioning from a largely agrarian society into an industrialized nation. Technological advances, including the widespread adoption of the Bessemer steel process, the telephone, and electric lighting, provided the tools for mass production and urban expansion. Capitalizing on abundant resources like coal, iron ore, oil, and timber, American businesses built vast networks of factories, railroads, and mining operations. Waves of immigration, particularly from Southern and Eastern Europe, poured into industrial cities, supplying labor for factories and infrastructure projects. The era was defined by optimism about progress, opportunity, and America's destiny, yet beneath this glittering surface lay deep social tensions and inequalities that would provoke conflicts and reforms. Economic transformation and industrialization. The backbone of the Gilded Age was its extraordinary economic expansion. Steel production soared under Andrew Carnegie's innovative leadership, leveraging the Bessemer process to dramatically reduce costs. Carnegie Steel became the world's largest steel manufacturer, supplying rails, buildings, and bridges crucial to national growth. Railroads, controlled by business titans like Cornelius Vanderbilt, stitched the nation together, facilitating unprecedented mobility of goods and people. Railroads also acted as engines of economic development, creating markets for raw materials and manufactured products. John D. Rockefeller's Standard Oil Company revolutionized the oil industry through trust formation, vertical and horizontal integration, and aggressive tactics aimed at monopolizing markets. Rockefeller's business practices epitomized both the era's entrepreneurial spirit and its ruthless capital accumulation. Financial magnates like J.P. Morgan exercised immense influence, stabilizing markets but also centralizing economic power. Morgan's role in financing major corporations and orchestrating mergers helped define modern American capitalism. While this industrial growth generated tremendous wealth and technological progress, it also intensified economic disparities, environmental degradation, and labor exploitation. Notable figures and their impact. The Gilded Age's notable figures embodied its contradictions, captains of industry who generated wealth and economic dynamism alongside ruthless competition and inequity. Andrew Carnegie advocated for the gospel of wealth, donating much of his fortune to public libraries and education, yet his steel operations involved grueling labor conditions. John D. Rockefeller became one of history's richest men, and his philanthropy transformed medicine and education, but his monopoly tactics sparked nationwide calls for regulation. Cornelius Vanderbilt's shipping and railroad empires demonstrated the power of capitalism, while J.P. Morgan's financial maneuvers helped avert several economic panics, even as they raised concerns about concentrated financial influence. Labor leaders and social reformers like Samuel Gompers and Jane Addams responded to these industrial transformations by organizing unions and advocating for workers' rights and social justice, planting seeds that would bloom in the progressive era. Urbanization and social changes. The industrial boom precipitated massive urbanization. Cities swelled with millions of immigrants seeking jobs, dramatically altering America's demographic and cultural landscape. Urban areas confronted challenges including overcrowded tenements, poor sanitation, public health crises, and rampant poverty. Ethnic enclaves formed, preserving cultural identities while also sometimes fueling ethnic tensions. Urban innovations like public transportation, electric streetcars, and skyscrapers transformed the built environment. New social institutions, churches, schools, and clubs provided community and support amid turbulent change. Yet social stratification became increasingly visible as the affluent built mansions while the working class endured harsh living conditions. Class inequality and labor struggles. Economic inequality was stark. A tiny elite controlled vast wealth and political power, contrasted with millions of industrial workers facing low wages, long hours, and hazardous conditions. Labor unrest was widespread. The Great Railroad Strike of 1877 and Haymarket Riot of 1886 highlighted tensions between labor and capital. Workers organized into unions, seeking better pay and protections, but often facing violent suppression by employers and government troops. Child labor and exploitation of women workers illustrated the era's harsh realities. These struggles galvanized early labor reforms and highlighted the limits of unregulated capitalism. Politics and corruption. The Gilded Age political climate was dominated by laissez-faire economics and minimal regulation, fostering extensive corporate influence over politics. Political machines, like New York's Tammany Hall, wielded enormous power through patronage and election tampering. Notorious scandals, including the Credit Mobilier and whiskey ring, eroded public confidence. Despite corruption, political participation was robust with high voter turnout. However, reform-minded activists and journalists, muckrakers, began exposing abuses and calling for government intervention. Social reform movements and cultural developments. Social reformers like Jane Addams and her Hull House settlement sought to improve living conditions and advocate for immigrant rights. The period saw the emergence of the social gospel movement, emphasizing Christian responsibility for social justice. Arts and literature reflected realism and critique, moving away from romantic idealism. The growing middle class consumed popular entertainment, advertising, and consumer goods, highlighting changing social norms and aspirations. Legacy and conclusion. The Gilded Age left a complicated legacy that includes America's rise as an industrial power alongside entrenched social inequalities and political challenges. Its innovations set the stage for modern economic growth and urban life, even as it revealed deep contradictions between wealth and justice, from the exploits of Rockefeller and Carnegie to the struggles of laborers and reformers. The Gilded Age encapsulates the tensions of progress and inequality, highlighting challenges still relevant today. Its unfolding set the stage for the reforms and social changes of the 20th century's progressive era, making it an indispensable chapter in the American story. Do not use any stock media. World War I, from the American perspective, World War I, known at the time as the Great War, began in Europe in 1914 as a devastating conflict among the major powers of the Old World. For the United States, however, the war initially appeared distant, and most Americans hoped to remain neutral and avoid entanglement in European rivalries. Yet by 1917, the United States entered the war, and in doing so, it reshaped both the conflict's outcome and its own role in world affairs. From the American perspective, World War I was a turning point. It tested the nation's ideals, transformed its economy and society, and marked its emergence as a global power. American Neutrality, 1914-1917. When war broke out in Europe in August 1914, President Woodrow Wilson declared that the United States would remain neutral in thought as well as in action. Many Americans agreed the country had a strong tradition of avoiding permanent alliances, rooted in George Washington's warnings about foreign entanglements. The United States was also a land of immigrants with ties to both sides. Millions of German and Irish Americans were wary of supporting Britain, while others with roots in Britain and France sympathized with the Allies. Neutrality, however, did not mean isolation from the effects of war. American industry and agriculture quickly became vital suppliers to the Allied powers, especially Britain and France. U.S. banks extended large loans to the Allies, deepening economic ties. At the same time, Britain's naval blockade restricted American trade with Germany, causing diplomatic tensions, but not enough to push the United States into war. What steadily eroded American neutrality was Germany's use of submarine warfare. In 1915, the German sinking of the British liner Lusitania, which killed 128 Americans, shocked public opinion. Germany temporarily moderated its submarine campaign to avoid drawing the United States into the war. But mutual distrust grew. Wilson tried to position the United States as a mediator for a peace without victory, yet the fighting only intensified. By 1917, several developments pushed the United States from neutrality to intervention. The critical issue was Germany's decision to resume unrestricted submarine warfare in early 1917, attacking all ships, including those from neutral countries, entering designated war zones around Britain. This policy threatened American ships, commerce, and lives directly. The revelation of the Zimmerman telegram further inflamed American opinion. In this secret message, intercepted and decoded by the British, Germany proposed a military alliance with Mexico if the United States entered the war, suggesting Mexico could recover lost territories in Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. When this became public, many Americans saw it as a direct threat to national security. German submarine attacks soon sunk several American ships. Combined with growing economic ties to the Allies and a sense that German militarism endangered international order, these attacks persuaded Wilson and Congress that neutrality was no longer tenable. On April 2, 1917, Wilson asked Congress for a declaration of war against Germany, portraying the conflict as a struggle to make the world safe for democracy. Congress approved, and the United States formally entered the war on April 6, 1917. From the American perspective, entering the war meant an enormous effort to mobilize military manpower, industry, and public opinion in a short period. In 1917, the U.S. Army was relatively small compared to those of European powers. To build a large fighting force, Congress passed the Selective Service Act, instituting a draft that ultimately called millions of men into service. The government also reorganized the economy for war. Agencies like the War Industries Board coordinated production of weapons, ammunition, and supplies. The Food Administration encouraged increased agricultural output and voluntary conservation at home, so more food could be shipped to the Allies. The Fuel Administration promoted coal and oil conservation. War bonds and Liberty loans financed the massive costs of mobilization, while taxes also increased. American society underwent significant changes. Women moved into jobs traditionally held by men, particularly in factories and offices to support the war effort. African Americans participated in the Great Migration, moving from the rural South to northern cities to fill industrial jobs, reshaping American demographics and race relations. At the same time, civil liberties were curtailed, the Espionage and Sedition Acts limited dissent, and critics of the war faced surveillance, arrest, or social hostility. Likewise, IV, the American Expeditionary Forces in Europe. The American Expeditionary Forces, AEF, commanded by General John J. Pershing, began arriving in France in mid-1917. At first, American units were small in number and required training and equipment. Pershing insisted that U.S. troops fight as an independent American army rather than simply serving as replacements under British or French command. This insistence reflected a desire to ensure the United States had a distinct role and voice in both the war and the peace that would follow. By 1918, American forces were deployed in large numbers. U.S. troops participated in key battles that stopped the last major German offensives and then helped drive the Germans back. The Second Battle of the Marne, the Saint-Mihiel offensive, and especially the Meuse-Argonne offensive saw heavy American involvement. The Meuse-Argonne operation, launched in September 1918, became the largest single campaign in U.S. military history up to that time, involving more than 1 million American soldiers. For many American soldiers, the war was a brutal introduction to modern industrial warfare. Machine guns, artillery barrages, poison gas, tanks, and airplanes transformed the battlefield. American casualties were significant. Tens of thousands killed and many more wounded, though far lower than those suffered by European nations that had been fighting since 1914. The presence of fresh American troops and abundant U.S. supplies helped tip the balance against an exhausted Germany. V. The War at Home, Society and Culture. American participation in World War I reshaped society and culture. Government propaganda promoted unity and patriotism. The Committee on Public Information used posters, pamphlets, films, and speeches to encourage support for the war, sometimes fueling suspicion toward German Americans and immigrants. Many German-language newspapers closed, German-language instruction declined, and some communities renamed German-sounding streets or foods. For women, the war opened opportunities and strengthened arguments for political rights. Their contributions to the war effort as nurses, factory workers, clerks, and volunteers gained public recognition. This momentum contributed to the eventual passage of the 19th Amendment in 1920, granting women the right to vote nationwide. African Americans also saw the war as a potential path to greater equality. About 350,000 African Americans served in the armed forces, often in segregated units, and frequently assigned to labor roles rather than combat. Some units, such as the 369th Infantry Regiment, Harlem Hellfighters, fought bravely under French command and earned distinguished honors. However, discrimination persisted at home and in the military. The contrast between fighting for democracy abroad and facing racism and violence in the United States fueled new resolve among African American leaders and communities to demand civil rights in the post-war era. By the autumn of 1918, the combined pressure of Allied offensives, internal unrest, and economic strain pushed Germany to seek an armistice. On November 11, 1918, the fighting ended. For Americans, news of the armistice sparked massive celebrations, relief, and pride in having helped bring the war to a close. President Wilson quickly turned to shaping the peace. In his 14-point speech earlier in 1918, he had outlined his vision for a post-war order based on self-determination, open diplomacy, free trade, and collective security through a League of Nations. Many Americans embraced Wilson's idealistic rhetoric, seeing the war as an opportunity to create a more just and peaceful international system. At the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, Wilson was one of the big four Allied leaders. He pushed for inclusion of the League of Nations in the peace treaty and for principles like national self-determination. However, European leaders such as Georges Clemenceau of France and David Lloyd George of Britain prioritized punishing Germany and securing reparations and territorial gains, having borne the brunt of the war's destruction. The resulting Treaty of Versailles reflected compromises and contradictions. It created the League of Nations, redrew borders, and imposed heavy penalties and territorial losses on Germany. From the American perspective, Wilson had achieved some of his goals, but faced intense opposition at home. Seventh, the American debate over the treaty and isolationism. When Wilson returned to the United States, he encountered resistance from the Senate, especially from Republican leaders who criticized the League of Nations covenant. They feared that membership might limit American sovereignty and drag the country into future foreign wars without congressional approval. The Senate's debates over the treaty reflected deeper questions about America's role in the world. Should the United States commit to global collective security or return to a more traditional stance of avoiding entangling alliances? Many Americans were weary of war and skeptical of European politics. Despite Wilson's nationwide speaking tour to rally support, the Senate refused to ratify the Treaty of Versailles. As a result, the United States never joined the League of Nations and instead negotiated a separate peace treaty with Germany. This outcome shaped American foreign policy in the interwar years, pushing it toward a more isolationist stance even as its economic and cultural influence abroad grew. From the American perspective, World War I had profound and lasting consequences. Politically, it marked the country's arrival as a major world power whose troops and resources were decisive in ending the war. Yet the rejection of the League of Nations revealed the tension between global leadership and domestic wariness about international commitments. Economically, the war accelerated U.S. industrial growth and shifted the financial center of the world from London to New York. The United States emerged as a major creditor nation, and American companies expanded their global reach. Socially, the war transformed the roles of women and African Americans, contributing to movements for suffrage and civil rights. The Great Migration altered the demographic and cultural landscape of American cities. Veterans returned with new expectations and traumas, influencing literature, art, and public attitudes. The war also helped fuel sentiments that would later produce both the exuberance of the 1920s and the disillusionment that shaped American memory of the conflict. Culturally, many American writers and thinkers who experienced the war firsthand or witnessed its effects expressed a sense of disillusionment with old ideals. The lost generation of writers, including figures like Ernest Hemingway, who served as an ambulance driver in Italy, captured the emotional and psychological impact of war and its aftermath. World War I, viewed from the American perspective, was much more than a temporary intervention in a distant conflict. It was a watershed moment that forced the United States to grapple with its identity as both a republic founded on ideals of liberty and a rising global power drawn into international affairs. The war ended with American troops helping to secure victory, but the peace that followed revealed the limits of U.S. influence and the complexity of translating ideals into lasting order. And for many Americans, the Great War remained an ambiguous chapter, neither clearly a good war like World War II, nor simply a tragic mistake. Yet its impact on American politics, society, and international role was undeniable. It set patterns of engagement and reluctance, of idealism and realism that would shape U.S. responses to global crises throughout the 20th century and beyond. It set patterns of engagement and reluctance, of idealism and realism that would shape U.S. responses to global crises throughout the 20th century and beyond. World War II, fought from 1939 to 1945, was the most destructive conflict in human history and a defining event for the United States. From an American perspective, it marked the transition from isolationist great power to global superpower, reshaped politics and society at home, and left a legacy that continues to shape foreign and domestic policy. The United States entered the war later than the European powers, but played a decisive role in defeating both Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan, while mobilizing its vast industrial capacity and population in an unprecedented total war effort. In the 1930s, disillusioned by World War I, a strong isolationist sentiment gripped America, leading to neutrality laws aimed at keeping the country out of foreign wars. Meanwhile, Americans watched with concern as aggressive regimes in Germany, Italy, and Japan plunged Europe and Asia into conflict. President Franklin D. Roosevelt recognized the danger. While constrained by public opinion, he aided the Allies through measures like the 1941 Lend-Lease program, supplying weapons and ships. As American factories became the arsenal of democracy, relations with an expansionist Japan deteriorated due to U.S. economic sanctions, setting the stage for a confrontation many Americans still hope to avoid. The turning point came on December 7, 1941, when Japanese forces launched a surprise attack on the U.S. Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. The attack inflicted heavy damage. Battleships were sunk or disabled, hundreds of aircraft destroyed, and more than 2,400 Americans killed. From the American perspective, Pearl Harbor was a shocking and galvanizing event that ended isolationist debate virtually overnight. On December 8th, the United States declared war on Japan. A few days later, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States, bringing America fully into the global conflict. For Americans, the war now had multiple fronts: the Pacific against Japan, and the European and North African theaters against Germany and Italy. Pearl Harbor became a symbol of both vulnerability and resolve. Remember, Pearl Harbor served as a rallying cry, motivating millions to enlist and support the war effort. The attack unified public opinion to a degree rarely seen before or since, and it justified massive mobilization and sacrifice. From the American perspective, World War II required a level of national mobilization far beyond that of World War I. The federal government expanded dramatically to coordinate the war effort. Agencies such as the War Production Board, the Office of Price Administration, and the War Manpower Commission directed economic output, controlled prices and rationing, and managed labor. Industries converted from civilian to military production with remarkable speed. Auto plants began producing tanks, planes, and trucks. Shipyards turned out Liberty ships at a rapid pace. Factories manufactured weapons, ammunition, and uniforms on an enormous scale. This arsenal of democracy, as Roosevelt called it, supplied not only U.S. forces, but also Allied armies around the world. Millions of men were drafted or volunteered for military service. The U.S. Armed Forces grew to more than 12 million personnel by war's end. Women stepped into roles previously reserved for men, working in factories, shipyards, and offices. The iconic Rosie the Riveter image captured this transformation of gender roles and the vital contribution of women to victory. The war also pulled the United States out of the Great Depression. Full employment, increased wages, and expanded production reshaped the economy. However, wartime meant sacrifice, rationing of food, gasoline, and other goods, higher taxes, and long working hours. Americans bought war bonds and participated in scrap drives, blackouts, and civil defense drills, weaving the war effort into daily life. American forces first engaged in major ground combat in North Africa in 1942. The Allied victory there opened Mediterranean routes and led to the invasion of Italy. A combined strategic bombing campaign with Britain aimed to cripple German war production, imposing significant damage on industrial centers. The decisive moment came on D-Day, June 6, 1944, when Allied forces stormed the beaches of Normandy, establishing a foothold for the liberation of Western Europe. Germany's last major offensive, the Battle of the Bulge, was repelled by American forces in harsh winter conditions. By spring 1945, Allied forces advanced from the west as the Soviets pushed from the east, leading to Germany's surrender in May. The War in the Pacific. From the American perspective, the war against Japan in the Pacific was a distinct and brutal theater. After Pearl Harbor, Japanese forces seized a vast empire in Southeast Asia and the Pacific. Early months saw further American setbacks, such as the fall of the Philippines and forced Bataan Death March. The U.S. Navy's resilience and rapid recovery, however, changed the balance. Pivotal naval battles like the Coral Sea and especially Midway in 1942 halted Japanese expansion and began to turn the tide. American strategy combined two main thrusts: an island-hopping campaign across the Central Pacific and advances through the Southwest Pacific under General Douglas MacArthur. Island by island, U.S. Marines and soldiers fought grueling battles: Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Saipan, Iwo Jima, Okinawa, against entrenched Japanese defenders. These battles involved amphibious assaults, heavy casualties, and often relentless resistance from Japanese troops, influenced by a code that discouraged surrender. For American forces, the Pacific War was marked by extreme conditions, long distances, and fierce combat. At the same time, the U.S. Navy's increasing dominance at sea and in the air enabled sustained attacks on Japanese holdings in the home islands. Submarine warfare crippled Japanese shipping, while strategic bombing, including incendiary raids, devastated Japanese cities and industry. World War II profoundly transformed American society. The war effort expanded opportunities, with women entering the workforce in unprecedented numbers. It also accelerated the Great Migration, as African Americans moved to industrial centers for wartime jobs. However, racial tensions persisted. African American leaders pushed a double V campaign, victory against fascism abroad and racism at home, fueling a more assertive post-war civil rights movement. In one of the darkest chapters, over 110,000 people of Japanese ancestry, many U.S. citizens, were forcibly interned in remote camps. This policy, widely condemned as racially motivated, meant the loss of property and freedom for Japanese Americans. American involvement in World War II catalyzed major scientific and technological advances. Government-funded research and development programs, most famously the Manhattan Project, mobilized scientists, universities, and industry on a scale never seen before. This effort not only contributed to wartime success, but had long-term effects on the U.S. innovation system and the relationship between science and the state. The Manhattan Project, conducted in great secrecy, developed the world's first atomic bombs. From the American leadership perspective, the atomic bomb was seen as a way to end the war with Japan without a costly invasion that was expected to cause massive casualties on both sides. Critics then and now have questioned the necessity and morality of atomic attacks. In August 1945, the United States dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The devastation was immediate and immense, killing tens of thousands instantly and many more from radiation and injuries. Japan soon announced its surrender, and formal capitulation occurred on September 2, 1945. From an American wartime viewpoint, the bombs ended the war quickly. From a broader human perspective, they introduced the nuclear age with its profound moral and strategic dilemmas. By war's end, Americans viewed World War II largely as a good war fought against clearly aggressive, brutal regimes. The revelations of Nazi atrocities and the Holocaust reinforced the sense that the war had been morally necessary. The sacrifices of soldiers and civilians were framed as part of a just and noble cause. The United States emerged from the war relatively unscathed physically compared to Europe and Asia. Its economy was stronger than ever, and its military stood astride the globe. From the American perspective, this position came with new responsibilities. U.S. leaders sought to shape a post-war order that would prevent another global conflict and promote democracy and open markets. This vision led to the creation of international institutions such as the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank. The United States spearheaded efforts to rebuild war-torn Europe through initiatives like the Marshall Plan and to occupy and democratize former enemies, notably Japan. At the same time, differences with the Soviet Union over the future of Eastern Europe and global influence soon sparked the Cold War. From the American perspective, World War II was transformative in multiple dimensions. Politically, it solidified the United States as a global superpower and set the stage for decades of leadership and rivalry with the Soviet Union in international affairs. Economically, the war ended the Great Depression, fostered technological advances, and entrenched a powerful military, industrial complex and research infrastructure. Socially, it changed gender roles, accelerated the civil rights movement, and altered immigration and demographic patterns. Culturally, it reinforced narratives of American exceptionalism, sacrifice, and democratic mission that would influence foreign policy and national identity. At the same time, the war left unresolved issues: racial inequality, the ethics of nuclear weapons, and the tension between national security and civil liberties. These questions would recur in later conflicts and debates, showing how deeply World War II shaped American consciousness. World War II, seen from the American perspective, was more than a military victory. It was a crucible that forged a new national role and identity. The war drew the United States out of isolationism and into a position of global leadership, demanding unprecedented mobilization and sacrifice at home and courageous action abroad. Americans emerged from the war proud of their contributions and hopeful about building a better world, yet also confronted by the immense responsibilities and moral complexities that came with power. In the decades that followed, the memory of World War II as a necessary and justified struggle against tyranny would serve as both inspiration and sometimes oversimplified template for American engagement in the world. Its legacy continues to shape how Americans understand war, peace, and their place on the global stage. World War II's forgotten war, the Korean War from the American perspective. From the American perspective, the Korean War, 1950-1953, sits in an uneasy space between World War II and the Vietnam War, often called the Forgotten War, yet crucial in shaping the Cold War, U.S. foreign policy, and the security architecture of East Asia. It was the first major armed conflict of the Cold War, the first time the United States fought under the flag of the United Nations, and a formative experience in the policy of containing communism. For the United States, Korea tested presidential leadership, civil, military relations, public willingness to fight a limited war, and the capacity to project power far from home only 5 years after the end of World War II. At the end of World War II, Korea, long a Japanese colony, was liberated but quickly caught in the emerging rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union. In 1945, American and Soviet officials hastily agreed to divide the peninsula at the 38th parallel into two zones of occupation: Soviet troops in the north and U.S. troops in the south. What was meant as a temporary arrangement hardened into a political partition as Cold War tensions deepened. In the north, the Soviet Union supported Kim Il-sung in establishing a communist regime, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, DPRK. In the south, the United States backed Syngman Rhee and the Republic of Korea, ROK, a strongly anti-communist but often authoritarian government. Both regimes claimed legitimacy over all of Korea, and border clashes became frequent. From Washington's perspective, Korea initially seemed peripheral compared to Europe and Japan, the main theaters of U.S. post-war strategy. The Truman administration focused on the Marshall Plan, NATO, and containing Soviet influence in Europe. However, the victory of the Chinese Communist Party in 1949 and the first Soviet atomic bomb test dramatically shifted the strategic picture. East Asia suddenly mattered far more in the global balance. On June 25, 1950, North Korean forces crossed the 38th parallel in a massive invasion of South Korea, quickly overrunning much of the peninsula. From the American vantage point, this attack looked like a clear case of communist aggression, possibly orchestrated by Moscow and Beijing as part of a broader campaign to probe U.S. resolve. President Harry S. Truman and his advisors framed the invasion in terms of the emerging doctrine of containment. If aggression in Korea went unchecked, other regions might fall, leading to a loss of credibility for the United States and the UN. Truman moved swiftly. Without a formal declaration of war from Congress, he ordered U.S. air and naval forces to support South Korea and sought authorization from the United Nations Security Council. Because the Soviet Union was boycotting the Council at that moment, the UN passed resolutions calling for member states to repel the attack and restore peace. The United States took command of a UN coalition, but American forces made up the bulk of the combat troops. From the American perspective, this was an important precedent, using the UN as a legal and moral framework for intervention while still exercising U.S. leadership. It also signaled that the United States would defend its conception of a rules-based order against armed revisionism. Early battles, retreat, peril, and the Incheon counterstroke. The initial months of the war were disastrous. The North Korean People's Army pushed U.S. and South Korean forces down the peninsula until they were compressed into the Pusan perimeter. Holding it became a test of U.S. resolve. But under General Douglas MacArthur, the situation changed dramatically in September 1950. He executed a bold amphibious landing at Incheon, far behind enemy lines. The high-risk operation severed North Korean supply lines, allowing UN forces to break out of the Pusan perimeter and retake Seoul. The war appeared on the cusp of a decisive UN victory. After the success at Incheon and the recapture of Seoul, MacArthur pushed northward across the 38th parallel towards the Yalu River, the border with China. Truman and his advisors faced a key decision: stop near the old boundary or press on to achieve full reunification. From the American perspective, the temptation to eliminate a hostile regime and create a unified pro-Western Korea was strong, especially amid optimism that communism was on the defensive after setbacks in Europe. Warnings from Beijing that Chinese forces might intervene if UN troops neared the Yalu were discounted by many U.S. officials and by MacArthur himself. The assumption was that China, exhausted by civil war and wary of U.S. power, would not risk a direct conflict. This miscalculation proved costly. In late October, and then in force in November 1950, hundreds of thousands of Chinese volunteer troops entered the war, launching surprise offensives that overwhelmed extended and underprepared UN forces. Brutal fighting in frigid conditions, most famously around the Chosin Reservoir, forced a devastating retreat. From the American vantage point, this was a shocking reversal. What had seemed like imminent victory turned into a scramble to avoid annihilation. The Chinese intervention transformed the conflict from a limited regional war into a major Cold War confrontation, raising fears in Washington that World War III might erupt. It also exposed the dangers of expanding war aims without fully assessing adversary intentions and capabilities. By early 1951, UN forces had regrouped south of the 38th parallel and then counterattacked, retaking Seoul and pushing the front back to roughly the original dividing line. At this point, the Korean War settled into a grinding stalemate, with both sides launching local offensives, but neither able to achieve a decisive breakthrough. For the United States, Korea became the prototype of a limited war, a conflict in which objectives, geography, and means were deliberately constrained to avoid escalation to nuclear war or global confrontation with the Soviet Union and China. Truman ruled out expanding the war into China, bombing Manchurian bases, or using atomic weapons, despite suggestions to the contrary. The goal returned to defending South Korea and reaching a negotiated settlement, not total victory. This stance led to a famous clash between Truman and MacArthur. MacArthur publicly criticized the administration's policy of limitation and advocated expanding the war, effectively challenging civilian control over military strategy. In April 1951, Truman relieved MacArthur of his command, a controversial but important assertion that in the U.S. system, elected leaders, not generals, set overall war aims. From the American perspective, this episode underscored the tensions between operational military thinking and broader strategic and political calculations in a nuclear age. It also cost Truman politically at home, but affirmed a crucial constitutional principle. Gitkanvai, the home front, politics, economy, and society. On the home front, the war fueled Cold War anxieties and McCarthyism. Justified as a UN police action rather than a declared war, it set a precedent for future interventions. Economically, the war spurred rearmament and a permanent defense sector without requiring full-scale mobilization like World War II. Socially, the war accelerated the racial integration of the U.S. military, a significant step for the civil rights movement. Yet, with its ambiguous outcome, the conflict produced few triumphant narratives, contributing to its reputation as the forgotten war. Armistice negotiations began in mid-1951, but dragged on for 2 years, reflecting both military stalemate and complex political disputes. One of the thorniest issues from the American perspective was the question of prisoners of war, POWs. The United States and its allies insisted that no POW should be forcibly repatriated to a country they did not want to return to, especially in the case of anti-communist North Koreans and Chinese who feared persecution at home. Communist negotiators demanded mandatory repatriation of all POWs. The disagreement became a symbolic battle over ideology and human rights. For Washington, voluntary repatriation aligned with its portrayal of the conflict as one between freedom and coercion. However, it also complicated and prolonged the talks, costing more lives at the front. Eventually, a compromise involving neutral commissions and voluntary screening of POWs was reached. On July 27, 1953, an armistice was signed, establishing a demilitarized zone, DMZ, near the 38th parallel and ceasing large-scale hostilities. No formal peace treaty followed, leaving the peninsula technically still at war, a condition that persists today. From the American perspective, the Korean War produced mixed results but significant long-term implications. Strategically, the war succeeded in its limited aim. South Korea survived as an independent, non-communist state, bolstering the credibility of U.S. commitments. The war led to a major expansion of U.S. defense commitments and security treaties in Asia. The U.S.-ROK Mutual Defense Treaty in October 1953 made the United States the guarantor of South Korea's security, an alliance that became a cornerstone of U.S. Strategy in the region. Domestically, Korea raised enduring questions about presidential authority to commit forces without a formal declaration of war. It also reinforced the institutionalization of the national security state, permanent alliances, high defense spending, and a global network of bases. From a human perspective, the war was costly, with tens of thousands of Americans killed. For Koreans, the devastation was far greater, with millions of casualties and a painful, lasting division on the peninsula. Despite its importance, the Korean War long occupied a marginal place in American collective memory compared to World War II. Several factors contributed: its limited objectives, lack of clear victory or surrender ceremony, relatively short duration, and its overlap with the Red Scare and early Cold War tensions. Nevertheless, from a policy standpoint, Korea was anything but forgotten. U.S. politicians, strategists, and military planners drew lessons about deterrence, limited war, alliance management, and the risks of escalation. All themes that influence Cold War and post-Cold War conflicts. Commemorations, memorials such as the Korean War, Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C., and scholarship have gradually brought more attention to the war's significance and to the experiences of those who fought and suffered there. From the American perspective, the Korean War was a crucible of the early Cold War, a conflict that tested the new doctrine of containment, strained civil-military relations, and expanded U.S. security commitments across the Pacific. It showed that the United States would fight to uphold a global order against perceived communist expansion, but also revealed the limits of military power in achieving total victory under nuclear shadow. While often overshadowed in popular memory, the war left deep strategic, political, and human legacies. It cemented the division of Korea, entrenched the U.S.-ROC alliance, and helped define how Americans thought about limited war, presidential power, and global responsibility. In many ways, the dilemmas first confronted in Korea, how far to go, when to negotiate, how to balance ideals and interests, remain central to American foreign policy debates today. The Cold War from the American perspective. From the American perspective, the Cold War was a long twilight struggle that defined U.S. foreign and domestic policy from the mid-1940s through the early 1990s. It began in the aftermath of World War II, when the United States emerged as a global superpower and rivaled the Soviet Union for influence, security, and ideological dominance. Unlike previous wars, the Cold War involved no direct, large-scale military clash between the two main adversaries. Instead, it unfolded through arms races, proxy wars, political crises, economic competition, and intense ideological confrontation. For Americans, the Cold War shaped how they understood their country's role in the world, influenced everyday life, and left legacies that still inform U.S. policy. Origins. From World War II, alliance to superpower rivalry. At the end of World War II, the United States and the Soviet Union were formally allies, but their relationship quickly deteriorated. American leaders saw Soviet behavior in Eastern Europe, installing communist governments and limiting political freedoms, as evidence of expansionist intentions that threatened a post-war order based on self-determination and open markets. The Soviets, in turn, viewed U.S. economic and military power, including the atomic bomb, as potential instruments of coercion. From Washington's vantage point, preventing another catastrophic war and avoiding depression meant building a stable international system. The U.S. championed institutions like the United Nations, International Monetary Fund, and World Bank, and promoted European economic recovery through the Marshall Plan. At the same time, concerns about Soviet influence led to a shift from cooperative wartime diplomacy to a strategy of containment. George F. Kennan's 1947 Long Telegram and subsequent writings articulated the intellectual basis for containment, the idea that the U.S. should limit Soviet expansion through political, economic, and, where necessary, military means, while avoiding direct war. The Truman Doctrine, first applied in Greece and Turkey, declared that the U.S. would support free peoples resisting armed minorities or outside pressures, signaling a global commitment to oppose perceived communist advances. From an American perspective, Europe was the central theater of the early Cold War. The Berlin blockade of 1948-49, when the Soviets cut land access to West Berlin, intensified fears of aggressive Soviet tactics. The U.S. led Berlin airlift, supplying the city by air for nearly a year, showcased American resolve and technological capacity. In 1949, the formation of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, institutionalized U.S. security commitments to Western Europe. For Americans, NATO represented a historic departure from pre-World War II isolationism, a peacetime alliance designed to deter Soviet attack and reassure allies. U.S. troops remained stationed in Europe, and American policymakers saw the transatlantic partnership as essential to both European stability and U.S. security. Domestically, early Cold War tensions contributed to anti-communist sentiment and McCarthyism. Fear of Soviet espionage and internal subversion led to loyalty oaths, investigations, and blacklists. For many Americans, the Cold War was not only an external geopolitical struggle, but also an internal battle over ideology and loyalty. For the United States, the Cold War quickly expanded beyond Europe. The communist victory in the Chinese Civil War in 1949 and the outbreak of the Korean War in 1950 underscored the perceived global nature of the threat. The Korean War, where U.S.-led UN forces fought North Korean and Chinese troops, convinced American leaders that military confrontation with communist governments was a real and recurring possibility. Subsequent crises reinforced this global view. The Eisenhower Doctrine extended U.S. security commitments to the Middle East, linking the region's strategic importance to Cold War competition. In Latin America, the U.S. backed anti-communist regimes and sometimes supported covert operations to influence political outcomes, reflecting a belief that even small states mattered in the ideological balance. From the American perspective, this worldwide posture was justified by the need to prevent a shift in the balance of power. Critics, however, argued that it sometimes led to support for authoritarian regimes and intervention in local conflicts that were only partially related to the Soviet rivalry. One of the defining features of the Cold War was the nuclear arms race. The Soviet Union tested its first atomic bomb in 1949, ending the U.S. nuclear monopoly. Both sides then developed more powerful thermonuclear weapons, along with long-range bombers, submarines, and intercontinental ballistic missiles. From an American strategic standpoint, nuclear weapons were both a deterrent and a danger. Policies such as massive retaliation in the 1950s promised overwhelming nuclear response to aggression, aiming to deter Soviet moves but also raising concerns about accidental or escalatory war. Later, doctrines evolved toward flexible response, emphasizing a wide range of options. Arms control became a key element of U.S. policy. Treaties like the Limited Test Ban Treaty, 1963, SALT agreements in the 1970s, and other measures sought to manage the arms race and reduce risks even as competition continued. For Americans, living under the shadow of potential nuclear conflict in drills, public culture, and policy debates was a defining psychological aspect of the Cold War. Domestically, the Cold War profoundly shaped American life. On one hand, defense spending fueled research, technological innovation, and economic growth. The military-industrial complex, as President Eisenhower warned, became a powerful and permanent part of the economy and political system. On the other hand, anti-communism shaped politics and culture. Loyalty programs, congressional investigations, and prosecutions targeted suspected communists and sympathizers. Hollywood, universities, and labor unions faced scrutiny. While many Americans accepted these measures as necessary for national security, others saw them as infringements on civil liberties. The Cold War also influenced education and science policy. The launch of Sputnik by the Soviet Union in 1957, for example, spurred U.S. investment in science and math education and in space exploration, culminating in the Apollo moon landings. This space race was about prestige and technological leadership as much as scientific progress. Culturally, the U.S. promoted its own model of modernity, consumer abundance, individual freedom, and democratic institutions as an implicit and sometimes explicit contrast to Soviet socialism. American music, films, and popular culture became unofficial tools of influence abroad. Several Cold War crises tested American leadership and brought the world close to catastrophe. The Berlin crises, including the 1961 construction of the Berlin Wall, symbolized the division of Europe and prompted U.S. vows to defend West Berlin. The Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962 was perhaps the most dangerous moment. When U.S. reconnaissance discovered Soviet nuclear missiles in Cuba, President John F. Kennedy imposed a naval quarantine and demanded their removal. From the American vantage point, the crisis was resolved successfully when the Soviets agreed to withdraw the missiles in exchange for U.S. commitments regarding Cuba and the quiet removal of U.S. missiles from Turkey. The episode underscored the need for direct communication and crisis management mechanisms, leading to the establishment of a hotline between Washington and Moscow. Vietnam represented the most costly and divisive Cold War conflict for the United States. Seeking to contain communism in Southeast Asia, successive administrations escalated involvement, leading to a protracted war that deeply polarized American society and ended without achieving its strategic goals. From an American perspective, Vietnam challenged assumptions about the effectiveness of military power, the validity of the domino theory in all contexts, and the importance of public support in sustaining long conflicts. By the late 1960s and early 1970s, American leaders recognized that perpetual confrontation carried great risks and costs. Under Presidents Nixon and Ford, the U.S. pursued détente, an effort to ease tensions with the Soviet Union while still competing globally. Key aspects of détente included strategic arms, limitation talks, SALT, trade agreements, and diplomatic engagement. Importantly, the U.S. also opened relations with the People's Republic of China, exploiting Sino-Soviet rivalries to gain leverage and reshape the global strategic triangle. From the American perspective, détente was pragmatic. It accepted that the Soviet Union would remain a rival, but sought to stabilize the relationship and prevent nuclear war. Critics, however, worried that détente might signal weakness or allow the Soviets to make gains in the Third World, and debates over détente became a central theme in U.S. politics. By the late 1970s and early 1980s, the Cold War entered a renewed phase of tension. Events such as the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979 and the Iranian Revolution, limiting U.S. influence in the Middle East, contributed to a perception in Washington that Soviet expansionism was resurgent. Under President Ronald Reagan, U.S. rhetoric hardened and military spending increased significantly. Reagan labeled the Soviet Union an evil empire and pursued programs like the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, intended to develop missile defense systems. At the same time, the U.S. supported anti-communist movements and insurgencies in various regions, from Central America to Afghanistan, as part of a renewed effort to roll back Soviet influence. However, the late Cold War also saw renewed arms control and diplomatic engagement, especially after Mikhail Gorbachev came to power in the Soviet Union in 1985. Gorbachev's reforms, glasnost and perestroika, and willingness to negotiate allowed U.S.-Soviet relations to improve. Agreements such as the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces, INF, treaty marked real progress in reducing nuclear arsenals. From the American perspective, Reagan's combination of pressure and negotiation, along with structural weaknesses in the Soviet system, contributed to a shift in the balance. U.S. leaders increasingly believed that the Cold War could end not just in stalemate, but in Western victory. Between 1989 and 1991, a series of dramatic events transformed the international landscape: the fall of the Berlin Wall, democratic revolutions in Eastern Europe, German reunification, and ultimately the dissolution of the Soviet Union. For Americans, these events were widely interpreted as a triumph of liberal democracy and market capitalism over Soviet-style communism. From Washington's perspective, U.S. policies of containment, alliance building, economic strength, and ideological appeal had ultimately succeeded in outlasting and outcompeting the Soviet system. The end of the Cold War seemed to vindicate decades of investment in security commitments and global leadership. Yet the conclusion of the Cold War also raised new questions. Without a single overarching adversary, What should guide U.S. foreign policy? How should America balance its power with international institutions and norms it had helped create? These debates would shape the post-Cold War era, from interventions in the Balkans to the War on Terror. At home, the Cold War left deep institutional and cultural legacies. The national security state, comprising the Pentagon, intelligence agencies, and sprawling defense industries, remained central to U.S. governance. Defense spending and global military presence continued, albeit at reduced levels compared to the peak of superpower confrontation. The Cold War also influenced American political ideology. Commitment to a liberal international order based on alliances, open markets, and multilateral institutions became a core element of mainstream U.S. foreign policy thinking. At the same time, memories of Vietnam and other interventions kept alive concerns about overreach. Culturally, the Cold War permeated film, literature, and public consciousness, from spy novels and movies about nuclear war to debates over civil liberties and dissent. The experience of living under the threat of nuclear annihilation, while never realized, formed part of the psychological backdrop for several generations of Americans. From the American perspective, the Cold War was a defining era, a global multi-decade contest that shaped institutions, policies, and identities. It began as a response to perceived Soviet expansion and ideology, developed through a complex mix of confrontation and cooperation, and ended with the dramatic collapse of the rival system. Along the way, it pushed the United States into unprecedented global leadership, created powerful domestic structures, and left a lasting imprint on how Americans think about security, freedom, and their country's role in the world. Even after its formal end, the Cold War continues to influence U.S. debates about alliances, military spending, democracy promotion, and relations with Russia and China. In that sense, understanding the Cold War from the American point of view remains vital for grasping both past choices and current challenges. The Vietnam War from the American perspective. From the American perspective, the Vietnam War was one of the most divisive and consequential conflicts of the 20th century. Fought from the late 1950s through 1975, with major U.S. combat involvement between 1965 and 1973, it tested the limits of American power, strained domestic politics and society, and reshaped how the United States thought about war, foreign policy, and its own national identity. Unlike World War II, which Americans often remembered as a good war, Vietnam came to symbolize quagmire, overreach, and the cost of fighting a protracted conflict in a distant land for contested objectives. Origins, Cold War, containment, and early U.S. involvement. From Washington's point of view, the origins of the Vietnam War lay in the broader Cold War struggle with the Soviet Union and China. After World War II, Vietnamese nationalists under Ho Chi Minh fought French colonial forces in the First Indochina War. When the French were defeated at Dien Bien Phu in 1954, the Geneva Accords temporarily divided Vietnam at the 17th parallel, a communist North under Ho and a non-communist South backed by the West. U.S. policymakers viewed this not primarily as an anti-colonial struggle, but as part of a global contest between communism and the free world. The domino theory held that if one country in Southeast Asia fell to communism, others might follow, threatening U.S. interests and allies. Thus, the United States supported the government of South Vietnam, first under Ngo Dinh Diem, providing financial aid, advisors, and training for the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, ARVN. During the Eisenhower and Kennedy administrations, U.S. involvement was limited but steadily growing. American military advisors and special forces helped South Vietnamese forces, while U.S. officials encouraged political and economic reforms. However, the Diem regime was corrupt, repressive, and increasingly unpopular, especially among Buddhists. A 1963 coup, tacitly tolerated by the U.S., removed and killed Diem, plunging South Vietnam into political instability. From the American perspective, Vietnam seemed a test case of containment. Could the United States prevent a communist takeover by supporting a friendly government without deploying its own combat troops? As instability worsened and communist-led Viet Cong insurgents gained strength in the South, U.S. leaders concluded that more direct involvement would be needed. Geekink escalation under Johnson from advisors to combat troops. The turning point came under President Lyndon B. Johnson. In August 1964, the Gulf of Tonkin incident, reports of attacks on U.S. naval vessels, led Congress to pass the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, granting the president broad authority to use military force in Southeast Asia. Although later evidence raised questions about the details of the incident, at the time, it provided the legal and political basis for escalation. In 1965, Johnson ordered the sustained bombing of North Vietnam, Operation Rolling Thunder, and began sending large numbers of ground combat troops to South Vietnam. What had been a limited advisory mission became a full-scale war. By the late 1960s, over 500,000 U.S. troops were deployed in Vietnam. From the American military perspective, strategy centered on attrition, using superior firepower and mobility to inflict heavy casualties on enemy forces, measured through body counts and search and destroy missions. From Washington's strategic viewpoint, the aim was not necessarily to conquer North Vietnam, but to prevent the collapse of the South and convince Hanoi it could not win, thereby forcing a negotiated settlement. By third, the war on the ground U.S. troops experience. For American soldiers, Marines, airmen, and sailors, Vietnam was a grueling, often bewildering conflict. Much of the fighting in the South consisted of patrols, ambushes, and battles in jungles, rice paddies, and villages. The enemy Viking guerrillas and North Vietnamese army units used hit-and-run tactics, tunnels, and local support to offset U.S. technological advantage. The war saw heavy use of helicopters for air mobility, allowing quick insertion and extraction of troops. Air power, including B-52 bombers, provided devastating fire support. Chemical defoliants like Agent Orange were used to strip jungle cover, with long-term health consequences for both Vietnamese civilians and U.S. veterans. From the American vantage point, the enemy was elusive and the distinction between combatants and civilians often blurred. This contributed to frustration, fear, and sometimes moral breakdown, as seen in atrocities like the My Lai massacre. For many U.S. troops, the war was less about abstract Cold War doctrines than about survival, comradeship, and the hardships of a hostile environment. IV, the home front, support, SAR, division, and protest. At home, American public opinion initially supported the war, trusting official assurances that progress was being made and that Vietnam was a necessary stand against communism. However, as casualties mounted and victory remained elusive, skepticism grew. Television coverage brought graphic images of combat and civilian suffering into American living rooms, narrowing the gap between battlefield and home front. The credibility gap between optimistic government statements and the reality on the ground widened, especially after the Tet Offensive in early 1968. Tet saw coordinated attacks by Viet Cong and North Vietnamese forces across South Vietnam, including on cities in the U.S. Embassy compound in Saigon. Militarily, the offensive was ultimately a costly failure for the communists, but psychologically, it was a turning point. It shattered the perception that the enemy was near defeat and intensified doubts about U.S. strategy. The anti-war movement expanded, encompassing students, clergy, intellectuals, civil rights leaders, and eventually more mainstream Americans. Protests, teach-ins, and demonstrations became common, culminating in massive marches on Washington and tragic confrontations such as the shootings at Kent State University in 1970. For many Americans, the war seemed not only unwinnable, but immoral, raising questions about imperialism, human rights, and the proper use of U.S. power. V. Nixon, Vietnamization, and widening the war. When Richard Nixon took office in 1969, he inherited a war that was increasingly unpopular, but politically difficult to end. His administration pledged peace with honor, withdrawing U.S. troops while preserving a non-communist South Vietnam. The policy of Vietnamization aimed to shift combat responsibility to South Vietnamese forces while gradually reducing American troop levels. At the same time, Nixon pursued a dual strategy, negotiating with North Vietnam while applying military pressure. Secret bombing campaigns and later ground incursions expanded the war into Cambodia and Laos in an effort to disrupt enemy supply routes along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. From the American leadership perspective, these moves were justified as necessary to strengthen bargaining positions. From many citizens' perspective, they appeared as dangerous escalations of an already unpopular war. The release of the Pentagon Papers in 1971, a classified government study of U.S. decisions in Vietnam, further eroded public trust. The documents revealed a pattern of misjudgments and deliberate optimism by successive administrations, reinforcing the view that the government had misled Americans about the war's progress and prospects. Diplomatically, Nixon and his advisor, Henry Kissinger, engaged in long, complex negotiations with North Vietnam in Paris, while also opening relations with China and pursuing détente with the Soviet Union, hoping to reshape the broader Cold War context. Withdrawal, fall of Saigon, and immediate aftermath. In January 1973, the United States, North Vietnam, South Vietnam, and the Viet Cong signed the Paris Peace Accords. The agreement called for a ceasefire, withdrawal of U.S. forces, and political arrangements in the South. American combat troops left Vietnam, and for many in the United States, this marked the end of direct involvement. However, fighting between North and South Vietnam soon resumed. Without U.S. air power and large-scale aid at previous levels, the South Vietnamese government gradually lost ground. In April 1975, North Vietnamese forces captured Saigon, effectively ending the war with a communist victory and reunifying Vietnam under Hanoi's control. From the American perspective, images of helicopters evacuating U.S. personnel and desperate South Vietnamese from the U.S. Embassy rooftop became symbols of defeat and humiliation. For many Americans, the fall of Saigon was a painful conclusion to years of sacrifice that seemed to have accomplished little in terms of original goals. And 7. Impact on American politics, society, and military. The Vietnam War left deep scars on American politics and society. Politically, it contributed to a crisis of confidence in government and leadership, skepticism toward official statements, sometimes described as Vietnam Syndrome, made the public, wary of future foreign interventions, and more likely to demand clear objectives and exit strategies. Congress reacted by asserting greater oversight over war powers. Passing the War Powers Resolution in 1973 intended to limit the president's ability to commit U.S. forces to combat without congressional authorization. While its effectiveness has been debated, the resolution reflected a desire to prevent another open-ended conflict like Vietnam. Socially, the war intersected with and intensified other movements. The civil rights movement, youth culture, and feminist activism all overlapped with anti-war protest. Veterans returned to a society divided over the war, sometimes facing indifference or hostility rather than the celebratory welcome given to World War II veterans. Many struggled with physical injuries, psychological trauma, later understood as PTSD, and difficulties reintegrating. The U.S. military also underwent significant changes. The draft, which had fueled resentment and perceptions of unfair burden sharing, was abolished, and the United States shifted to an all-volunteer force. Lessons from Vietnam influenced doctrine, training, and planning, emphasizing the importance of clear political objectives, public support, and understanding local conditions. 8. Retrospective American perspectives and lessons. In the decades since the war, American views of Vietnam have evolved. Historians, policymakers, veterans, and citizens have debated key questions. Was intervention a tragic but understandable mistake given Cold War fears? Was it fundamentally unjust, a misreading of Vietnamese nationalism as mere communist expansion? Could it have been fought differently with better results, or was failure inevitable? Many analyses highlight misperceptions. U.S. leaders underestimated Vietnamese nationalism and overestimated the monolithic nature of global communism, treating Vietnam primarily as a piece on the Cold War chessboard. Others emphasize intelligence failures, bureaucratic inertia, and domestic politics. The war also exposed the limits of technological superiority and the difficulty of winning hearts and minds in a complex civil and regional conflict. For Americans, Vietnam became a cautionary tale about overconfidence, mission creep, and the need to align means with realistic ends. It also influenced later decisions, from reluctance to intervene in some crises to carefully frame justifications in others, as leaders sought to avoid another Vietnam. 9. Conclusion. From the American perspective, the Vietnam War was a watershed, a conflict that tested national ideals, exposed flaws in decision-making, and profoundly affected domestic, society, and foreign policy. It began as an effort to contain communism and uphold credibility, escalated into a massive military commitment, and ended in a withdrawal and defeat that forced a painful re-examination of U.S. power and purpose. The war's legacy lives on in the veterans who served, the memorials that mark their sacrifice, the films, books, and documentaries that revisit its stories, and the ongoing debates about when and how the United States should use force abroad. In that sense, Vietnam is not only a historical event, but a continuing lens through which Americans view subsequent conflicts, always asking, what did we learn, and have we truly applied those lessons? Do not add any music. Technology in America. From the American perspective, technology is far more than a set of tools or inventions. It is central to national identity, economic growth, and cultural life. Americans have long viewed their country as a land of innovation, where new machines, systems, and ideas drive progress and help solve problems. Over time, technological change in the United States has transformed agriculture, industry, transportation, communication, medicine, warfare, and everyday living, shaping how Americans see themselves and their place in the world. At the same time, technology has raised complex questions about inequality, privacy, labor, and the environment. Understanding technology in America means examining not only the inventions themselves, but also how Americans have used, celebrated, debated, and sometimes feared them. Early industrialization and the American system. In the early 19th century, the United States began shifting from a rural agrarian society toward an industrial economy. From the American perspective, this period laid the foundation for a national story of ingenuity and practical problem solving. The development of interchangeable parts, water-powered mills, and mechanized production techniques contributed to what historians have called the American system of manufactures. This system relied on several distinctive features: widespread sharing of mechanical knowledge, the substitution of specialized tools for skilled hand labor, and the use of standardized parts to assemble complex products. Americans prided themselves on adapting European technologies and creating their own innovations that fit local conditions, such as abundant land and resources, but initially limited skilled labor. The expansion of canals and railroads in the mid-1800s further integrated regional markets and facilitated westward expansion, reinforcing the idea that technology could knit together a vast continent. Telegraphs and railways were among the first technologies that dramatically shrank distance for Americans. Samuel Morse's telegraph, first demonstrated in the 1840s, enabled near-instant communication across long distances, while the Transcontinental Railroad, completed in 1869, connected the Atlantic and Pacific coasts. For many Americans, these achievements symbolized national unity and modern progress. By the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the United States was undergoing a second industrial transformation. Electrification, advances in steel production, and the rise of large corporations allowed for unprecedented scale and efficiency in manufacturing and services. American inventors and entrepreneurs like Thomas Edison, Alexander Graham Bell, and Henry Ford became cultural icons, embodying the belief that individual initiative and technological creativity could generate both wealth and social change. The spread of electric power transformed American cities and industries. Factories could operate more flexibly, homes and streets could be lit at night, and new appliances gradually altered domestic life. The telephone enabled real-time voice communication, reshaping business practices and personal relationships. At the same time, the assembly line, most famously used by Ford to mass-produce automobiles, made complex products affordable to ordinary Americans, fueling consumer culture and suburbanization. From an American perspective, these innovations reinforced a narrative of technology as democratizing. Cars allowed greater mobility, electrical appliances reduced some household labor, and mass-produced goods made modern conveniences accessible to more people. Yet, they also contributed to concerns about monopolies, worker exploitation, and environmental impacts, prompting regulatory responses and labor movements. In the 20th century, especially after 1900, the United States increasingly invested in scientific research as a foundation for technological leadership. At the start of the century, American science lagged behind Europe in some fields, but this changed rapidly with the growth of research universities, federal funding, and industrial laboratories. The influx of European scientists in the 1930s, particularly those fleeing Nazi persecution, further accelerated this trend, especially in physics and related disciplines. World War II was a turning point. From the American perspective, wartime mobilization demonstrated the power of coordinated science and technology. Projects like radar, advanced aircraft, and most dramatically, the Manhattan Project for nuclear weapons showcased how government, academia, and industry could collaborate on massive, complex technological challenges. This experience influenced post-war policy, leading to sustained federal support for research and development and establishing what some call the American Innovation System. During the Cold War, technology became a central arena of competition with the Soviet Union. Americans viewed achievements like the Apollo moon landing as proof of national ingenuity and superiority, while also fearing nuclear weapons and missile technology that could threaten survival. The space race led to major investments in science education, computing, and engineering, with long-term benefits for civilian technology. From the late 20th century onward, information technology dramatically reshaped American life. Early computers, developed with significant government and military support, evolved from room-sized machines into personal computers and eventually smartphones. The development of ARPANET, a U.S. Defense Research Network, laid the groundwork for the modern Internet, which was later opened to commercial and public use and transformed global communication. From an American perspective, the digital revolution reinforced the nation's image as a center of innovation. Silicon Valley and other tech hubs became synonymous with entrepreneurship, disruptive business models, and rapid technological change. Companies like Apple, Microsoft, Google, and later numerous social media and platform firms reshaped how Americans work, shop, learn, and socialize. The internet and mobile technologies enabled new forms of connection and access to information. Americans could communicate instantaneously, access vast knowledge resources, and participate in online communities. At the same time, concerns emerged about privacy, data collection, cybersecurity, misinformation, and the impact of social media on mental health and democratic discourse. Debates intensified over the power of large tech companies and the need for regulation. Throughout American history, technological change has affected jobs and economic structure. Mechanization of agriculture reduced the need for farm labor, pushing people towards cities and industrial employment. Automation and robotics in manufacturing changed factory work. More recently, digital technologies and artificial intelligence have altered service sector jobs and professional work. From an American perspective, technology has often been celebrated for boosting productivity, creating new industries, and raising living standards overall, yet these gains have not been evenly distributed. Some communities and workers have experienced job loss and economic dislocation when industries declined or moved, contributing to regional inequalities and political tensions. The fear that automation or AI may replace human labor has a long history, resurfacing with each new wave of innovation. Responses have included calls for retraining, education, social safety nets, and new forms of work organization. Career and technical education programs, for instance, have evolved to prepare Americans for changing technological demands in fields ranging from manufacturing to healthcare and information technology. Still, questions remain about how to ensure that technological progress benefits broad segments of society rather than primarily those who own or design the technologies. For most Americans, technology is experienced not through grand national projects, but in daily routines: transportation, communication, entertainment, healthcare, and home life. The spread of automobiles and highways shaped suburban living and commuting, while television and later streaming services influenced culture, politics, and family time. Home appliances, from washing machines to microwaves, altered household labor patterns with gender implications. In healthcare, technologies such as imaging devices, electronic medical records, and telemedicine have changed diagnosis, treatment, and patient experience. While many Americans value advanced medical technologies, they also face issues of cost, access, and complexity. Education has been heavily influenced by technology as well, from film projectors and televisions to computers and online learning platforms. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted both the possibilities and limitations of remote learning, underscoring disparities in broadband access and digital literacy. From the American perspective, technology has often been associated with mastery over nature, harnessing resources, reshaping landscapes, and overcoming physical limitations. However, growing awareness of environmental impacts has challenged this view. Industrial pollution, fossil fuel use, and climate change have prompted debates about sustainable technologies, renewable energy, and environmental regulation. Americans have increasingly grappled with ethical issues around technology, genetic engineering, surveillance, AI decision-making, and the social consequences of digital platforms. These debates raise questions about who controls technology, how it should be used, and what values should guide its development. Some see American technological leadership as an opportunity to pioneer greener, more responsible innovations. Others worry that economic and geopolitical competition may prioritize speed over ethics. Public discourse about technology now often intertwines with discussions about privacy, civil liberties, and global responsibility. Finally, technology is tightly woven into American self-understanding. Stories of inventors, entrepreneurs, and engineers, whether in the age of the telegraph, the automobile, or the smartphone, reinforce narratives of creativity, individual initiative, and practical problem solving. The idea that America is a place where the future is made remains powerful. At the same time, Americans increasingly recognize that technology is not neutral. It reflects choices about design, access, and purpose. And the challenge from an American perspective is to align technological innovation with democratic values, social justice, and long-term sustainability. Technology in America, viewed from an American perspective, is both a source of pride and a subject of ongoing debate. It has driven economic growth, reshaped daily life, and enhanced national power, while also contributing to inequalities, environmental pressures, and ethical dilemmas. The United States has repeatedly adapted its institutions, education systems, and policies to harness technological change and cope with its disruptions. As new waves of innovation, such as artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and advanced networks emerge, Americans continue to ask familiar questions. Who benefits? Who is left behind? How can technology serve human flourishing rather than undermine it? The answers will shape not only the next chapter of American technological history, but also the broader story of the nation's identity and role in the world.